Frank Parise likes it.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, he is. And the people I bought I bought 2 buildings last year in April. Carol and Steve Mitchell. Carol says, I've been watching.
Oh, that's great.
Both her and Frank liked it.
Oh,
A couple of good people.
yeah.
versus Martice Fuller.
State appears by Deputy District Attorney Angelina Gabrielle and District Attorney Mike Gravely.
Martice Fuller appears in person with Jillian Scheidegger and Carl Johnson.
Miss Gabrielle, please call your next witness.
The state calls Desiree Flores Wyrock.
Ms. Flores, Wyrock, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, now, we're going to turn this on. You're going to take your mask off. Okay? Pull it all the way down. Yeah, okay, there you go. And slide up to that thing and put it on. There you go. Okay, Miss Gabrielle.
Desiree, do you like to go by Flores Wyrock or just Wyrock? How about Desiree?
You need
Yeah.
to talk louder than that, because we can't hear you.
Just Desiree.
Could you just spell your first name and your last name for the court reporter? She has to type it down.
Dezarea Flores hyphenated Weyrauch.
Okay. Desiree, how old are you?
19.
And do you go to school?
Yeah.
Where do you go to school?
Kenosha County Detention Center.
Before you were in school at the Kenosha County Detention Center, where did you go to school?
Bradford.
Okay. And did you know, or do you know Martice Fuller?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you just point to him and describe what he's wearing, please?
A suit.
Well, there are a few suits over there, so which one?
Dark black.
Can you just say what color mask he is wearing?
Black. I think.
And what color shirt?
Purple.
Oh,
Court will find that she's identified Mr. Fuller.
I forgot. Desiree, you're colorblind, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. So how do you know Martice Fuller?
Old neighborhood.
Okay. Have you known him a long time?
You could say that.
Okay. Did you see him in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you see him?
My house.
What was he doing at your house?
Spending the night.
And why was he spending the night?
He needed a place to lay his head.
Okay. Were you two,
You got to talk much louder.
He needed to lay a place, like he needed to lay his head.
Okay,
Place
see
lays.
the difference between you're close and when you're not? Yeah, so be close, okay? Get closer. Okay, there you go. Okay, Ms. Gabrielle.
were the two of you dating at that time?
No. No.
How would you describe your relationship with Martice Fuller at that time?
Acquaintances?
And how did you know him?
Old neighborhood.
Okay. Did you know him from school too?
No.
Okay. How is it that why was he spending the night at your house? Like, did he call you? Did you invite him? How did that happen?
I honestly don't remember, but I just know he needed somewhere to lay his head, so.
So, do you remember what day that was?
Sometime early in May.
Okay. If you told detectives that it was May 6th of 2019, does that sound right?
Yeah.
A Monday?
Yeah.
When Martice was at your house, where were you?
In my basement.
Okay. And what's in your basement?
My room.
And do you have two beds in your room?
Yes.
So was he on one bed and you were on the other?
Yes.
Were the two of you talking?
Yeah.
Okay. And did Martice say anything about his ex-girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know who his ex-girlfriend was at that time?
No.
And when he talked about her, did he use her name?
No.
What did he say?
He was just describing his frustrations.
Okay. So tell me what he said about his frustrations with his ex-girlfriend.
That due to her allegations, it got him kicked off the football team and suspended.
Was he upset about that?
Yeah.
You said his frustrations, but was he angry?
You could say that.
Okay. Did he make any suggestions about what he wanted to do to his ex-girlfriend?
Yes.
What did he say?
That he wanted to kill her.
What did you say to that?
I listened.
Did he say anything, did he say how he wanted to kill her?
With a gun.
Did he tell you he had a gun?
Yeah.
Did he show you a gun?
No.
Did you see it?
No.
Okay. Did he say, did he suggest that you should help him kill her?
Yes.
And what did he say about that?
I can't really remember word for word.
Okay. How about generally, what did he say about that?
Just that, like, we should kill her.
And did he give any detail about how the two of you should do that?
With a gun.
Okay. And what did you say when he said the two of you should kill her?
Listened.
Okay. Did you say yes or no? You have to.
No.
Did you give him the impression that you would help him?
No.
Did he say whether he would do it by himself if you didn't help him?
Yeah. I can't really remember, but I saw the video, so yeah.
Okay, when you say you saw the video, are you referring to the recording of the statement you gave police?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave that statement to police May 14th, 2019?
Yes.
So about a week after, or about 5 days after his ex-girlfriend was murdered?
Yes.
And at that time, did you tell the police that he would just do it by himself?
Yes.
How did you feel when he asked you to help him kill his ex-girlfriend?
I mean, I really didn't have no emotions. I didn't think he would do it.
Did
I
he?
wasn't expecting it to, like, I thought he was just talking out of anger.
Did he say to you, I could just kill her, no, for real, I want to kill her?
Yes.
You remember telling the detectives that?
Yes.
Did he say anything, did he say whether he had any bullets for his gun?
Yes.
And what did he say about the bullets that he had?
That someone else had their fingerprints on them.
So did he say he was going to use those bullets because someone else's fingerprints were on them?
Yes.
When Martice was at your house that night, did he have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Was he using that cell phone?
Yeah.
Was he using it on Wi-Fi or did it have data? Do you know?
I'm pretty sure I gave my Wi-Fi password, but I can't be sure of that. I don't really remember.
Okay. And what was he wearing when he was at your house?
Jogging suit,
Okay, what color?
dark.
Because you're colorblind?
Yes.
Okay. But you know that the jogging pants were dark colored?
Yes.
And what kind of top did he have on?
A hoodie.
Okay, a hoodie, and that was also dark colored?
Yes.
Did you see what shoes he had?
Athletic shoes.
Okay. And what color were the athletic shoes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling detectives that his shoes were white?
Yes.
Okay. And that they were Nike Huaraches?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk anymore, or did Martice talk anymore that night about killing Kaylee Juga or killing his ex-girlfriend?
No, we kind of just went to the separate beds and did our own thing.
Now, when you spoke to the detectives, you told them that Martice was irritated because his ex-girlfriend and her mother had put him in jail too many times. You remember that?
Yes.
And that wasn't exactly what Martice told you that night, was it?
No.
So what was it that he actually told you?
Just that he was upset due to her allegations that got him kicked off the football team and suspended.
Did he say anything about her mother?
Not that I can remember, no. More so just like her allegations, so her mom took her side, so.
So he was upset with his ex-girlfriend and her mother.
Yes.
Did he spend the night, sleep the night then?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did he stay?
Till about the next morning when I had to get ready for school.
Did he leave when you had to leave for school?
No, he left a little bit earlier.
Okay. Do you know where he went?
No.
Do you know how he left? Did someone pick him up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who?
No.
Did you hear from Martice again after that day?
Yes.
And by what method did you hear from him?
Messenger?
Facebook Messenger?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember what his message to you was?
To do the hit with him.
Desiree, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 98. Good hand to me. I don't know if she can reach as far as I can. Wait until you get to a microphone. Do you recognize that exhibit as being the Facebook message that you received from Martice Fuller?
Yes.
And what does it say?
Do that hit with me, a 100 emoji, and yo.
Can't hear you. Do it again.
Do that hip with me, 100 sign, and then yo.
And can you tell from there when that message was sent to you? I know, it's very small.
think it just says Tuesday.
And what time?
8:54 or 9:54, I can't really tell.
PM?
Yes.
And did you respond to that message from Martice Fuller?
No.
Can I have that back? Your Honor, permission to publish?
Any objection?
No.
Granted.
So right here, Desiree, it says, do that it with me. Where my fingers?
Are you asking?
I'm asking.
Yes.
And right underneath is the 100.
Yes.
And then right below that is the yo.
Yes.
When you got that message from Martice, what did you understand that to mean?
The obvious, killer.
To kill the ex-girlfriend like he had talked about the day before?
Yes.
Is that marked? State Exhibit 98, it's moved for admission by the state. Mr. Johnson or Ms. Scheidegger?
No objection.
Received.
After you got that message from Martice, did you talk to him again?
No.
Did you hear from him again?
No.
Did you get another Facebook message from him on Thursday, May 9th, 2019?
Yes.
And do you remember what that message said?
Somewhere between the lines of do that to her or something like that.
Desiree, I'm showing you Exhibit 31. Is that the message that you received from Martice Fuller?
Yes.
And what does it say?
It says, I'm so mad, you need to do that to her.
Say that again?
I'm so mad, you need to do that to her.
And what is the day and time that that message was sent to you?
Thursday at 11:52 a.m.
Thank you. Your Honor, permission, I would move for admission and permission to publish.
No
Any objection?
No.
Received. Can you read it, jury? Can you see it? Do you want the lights dimmed a little bit?
When you got this message from Martice on Thursday, May 9th, 2019, what did you understand that to mean?
To kill her?
And what does the 100 emoji mean to you?
I can't really give an exact definition, just like fact or something. I don't really know. Just the 100, like true.
Like for sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you respond to this message from Martice?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't want no parts.
Did you hear from him again after he sent that message?
No.
So no more Facebook messages?
No.
Desiree, did you help Martice
No.
kill his ex-girlfriend?
No.
When you got these messages from Martice, and after you had that conversation with him Monday night, did you tell anyone about this?
No.
Why not?
I didn't feel like it was necessary.
Desiree, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
6.
And Desiree, on May 9th of 2019 or May 10th of 2019, did you hear that Martice was a suspect in the killing of Kaylee Juga?
I had no idea of anything until the detectives came and got me for questioning.
Okay, so you never reached out to detectives because you heard that Martice had been arrested or was being searched for?
No.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Desiree, you said that you never saw Martice with a gun, right?
Right.
You also said that when he asked you about killing his ex-girlfriend, you didn't take him seriously, right?
Right.
Now, you met with detectives on May 14th of 2019. Do you remember that?
I remember meeting with them, but I can't really remember everything, but yes.
And it was, to the best of your knowledge, it was May 14th of 2019?
Yes.
You met with them for about an hour or so?
Yeah.
You signed a written statement during that interview?
I believe so.
If I showed you the written statement, would that help to make you more positive about that?
No, I think I remember signing it. Yeah.
So you signed that written statement on May 14th, 2019?
Yeah.
19.
Say that again.
The state will stipulate that she signed the statement on May 14th, 2019.
Okay. So you signed a statement on May 14th, 2019, right?
Yes.
In just above your signature on that statement, it states, quote, "I have made the above statement without any threat or promises. It is my desire to state the true facts as to this incident. I have read the above statement and find it is true and correct." Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, in the statement that you wrote or that you signed on May 14th of 2019, it does not include that you said Martice told you he was mad with his ex-girlfriend because she got him kicked off the football team, kicked out of school. Correct? It doesn't have that in it.
No. Well, correct, yes.
Sorry?
Correct.
And so that information's not in that statement from May 14th, 2019.
No.
And your interactions with Martice had been about a week before that, right?
Yes.
So your memory was pretty fresh at that point, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you, sometime later, so in August of 2020, you had a meeting with Deputy District Attorney Gabrielle and then also the DA's investigator, Brian Stute. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Where did you meet with them?
I believe in their office.
How did that meeting come about? Did you schedule that?
They contacted me and I agreed to meet with them.
Now, it's during that meeting with them on August 20th of 2020 that you now say, Martice told me he was mad at his ex because he had gotten her kicked off the football team and out of school, right?
Yes.
When you met with, let me go back. Prior to that meeting with the district attorney's office on August 20th, 2020, you had been charged with some crimes, right?
Yes.
And in May of 2020, you had failed to go to court for those crimes, right?
Yes.
So when you went and met with the district attorney's office on August 20th, 2020, you actually had an active warrant out for you at that time, right?
Yeah.
On August 21st of 2020, so the day after you met with the district attorney's office, you went to court and you got that warrant vacated. You got it taken away, right?
Yes.
Did the district attorney's office help you with that?
I'm not sure.
But the day after you met with them, the warrant that had been out since May, you got it taken care of, right?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, I'm just going to object to the mischaracterization because whenever someone goes to court,
You can, that could be argument.
Okay.
He has the right to ask the questions. I'm sorry. Me too. He has a right to ask the questions. You can ask, and then you can redirect. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Johnson.
Now, when you met with the district attorney's office on August 20th, 2020, you had pending charges at that time, right?
Yes.
And those charges against you at that time were being prosecuted by the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
And so you understood at that time when you talked to the district attorney's office that they had some power over you at that time, right?
Yes.
Now, today you're wearing orange clothing, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean that you're wearing orange clothing? You're in jail, right?
Yeah.
So you currently have charges against you, right?
Yes.
You have charges against you for which you potentially could go to prison, right? Yes, did you say?
Yes.
And those charges against you right now, those are also being prosecuted by the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office.
Yes.
So today, the district attorney's office also has some power over you, right?
Yes.
Given the situation that you're in, you'd like to have the district attorney's office happy with you versus mad at you, right?
Yes.
Those are all of my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Gabrielle?
First, Desiree, you know from your experience that when you go to court, any warrant gets canceled, correct?
Yes.
It's not any kind of special treatment, it's just what happens when you show up for court?
Yes.
And when we spoke to you in August of 2020, did we make you any promises about what would happen with your cases?
No.
Did we say, hey, Desiree, tell us something more and we'll drop some of your charges?
No.
Did we tell us something more and we'll get you a better sentence?
No.
And when we were speaking to you, you volunteered the information about Martice saying that his ex-girlfriend and her mom had ruined his life because of school and football after you watched the video of your interview, right?
Yes.
Because you saw that you said something that wasn't completely accurate in that video.
Yes.
And when you gave your written statement on May 14th, 2019, and said that Martice told you he wanted to kill his ex-girlfriend, you didn't have any pending charges at that time, did you?
No.
And when Martice told you on May 14th, 2019, that you should kill his ex-girlfriend, and that was put in your statement, you didn't have charges, right?
May 7th.
No.
You said that he told her on May 14th.
Oh, I'm sorry. He told you on May 7th. You told the police on May 14th. And you didn't have any charges when you told the police that he told you that you didn't have to do it because he could do it, right?
Yes.
And you didn't have any charges when you told the police that he told you one of his friends had touched a bullet and he could use it because his friend's fingerprints would be on it.
Correct.
And you didn't have any charges when you told the police or when you identified the message from Martice Fuller sent to you where he said, do that hit with me.
Correct.
And when you told the police on May 14th, 2019, that Martice said he was upset, that bitch, I could just kill her, no, for real, I want to kill her, you didn't have any charges then, right?
Your Honor, objection, I think that's not a correct statement of what what the statement is that she said Mr. Fuller told to her.
Okay, so look at the statement. Miss Gabrielle, did you misstate it?
I did not, because that's in the video.
Okay, overruled.
And when you told the police that Martice had a dark-colored backpack and was wearing dark clothing, including a dark hoodie, you didn't say that because you had any charges pending, right?
Correct.
And even though you gave this statement that was helpful to the state on May 14th, 2019, we keep issuing charges against you, don't we?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Johnson, anything?
No.
Okay, thank you. You can go, and you're gonna go out this way, so it's easier for the steps, okay? Yeah. Okay, next witness.
The state calls Cole Ballard to the stand. Swap that.
You're saying Mr. Ballard just walked out?
Our victim witness went out to get.
Oh, okay. I didn't know who you said. Mr. Ballard, come up this way, please. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated, take off your mask, sit close to that microphone, and the people want to hear what you have to say, so make sure you're being heard, okay? And get pretty darn close, okay? Okay, Mr. Gravely?
Mr. Ballard, can you state your first and last name and spell both those names for the record, please?
Cole Ballard, Coleballlard.
And Mr. Ballard, how old are you today?
18.
And back on May 9th, 2019, what city were you living in?
Kenosha.
Who were you living with?
My parents.
And were you going to school at that time?
Yeah.
What school were you going to back on May 9th of 19?
Indian Trail.
And did you...
What? Indian Trail.
Indian Trail. Mr. Ballard, prior to May 9th of 2019, did you know a person named Martice Fuller?
Yes.
And when do you believe you first came to know Martice Fuller?
Mahone Middle School.
And so that had been, at that point you were in high school by May 9th, 2019, so you had known him for multiple years?
Yes.
Is the person you know as Martice Fuller here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, Mr. Ballard, could you point out Mr. Fuller today, indicate where he is seated, like in comparison to other individuals, and what he's wearing? Describe briefly what he's wearing.
He's wearing a black suit.
He's wearing what?
Black suit.
And what else? So is the lady next to him, I think.
Yeah.
So, what else?
He's wearing a gray tie and black mask.
Okay,
Has the record reflect identification by Mr. Ballard of the defendant?
so ordered.
So I want to turn your attention, Mr. Ballard, to May 9th at about 3:20 p.m. What time would school have gotten out for you on May 9th?
3 p.m.
So around 3:20, were you driving around at that point?
Yeah, I was in the car with my friends. We were driving home from school.
Do you remember, were you driving or a friend?
My friend.
Okay. And at that point, did you get a communication from the defendant?
Yes.
And the first communication the first sign that he was trying to reach you, do you remember what that was?
Yeah, it was a phone call.
Okay, was there a voicemail first that you heard?
No, it was just, I answered right away.
Okay,
So,
and was it through Snapchat?
yeah,
All right, and was that an app you had on your phone?
yeah,
So did you receive it on your own phone?
yes.
And when you received it, how, if you did, how did you recognize it was the defendant?
Well, it said his name on there, so,
All right, did you speak to him for a while?
no. It was
Okay.
probably about 30 seconds, I
All
would
right,
say.
and did you recognize his voice?
Yes,
So are you here today saying it was the person you know as Martice Fuller because you know his voice?
yes.
Okay. So what was the defendant, why was he calling you?
To get a ride,
Did he want to ride right away or sometime later?
right away.
And where did the defendant say he was located at that time, around 3:20 p.m. on May 9th?
Aurora Hospital.
Okay, and that's Aurora that's in town here, as far as you know?
Yeah.
Okay, and why, did the defendant tell you why he needed a ride
No,
right away?
no.
Mr. Gravely, you said Aurora here in town now. We're in Bristol.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think that
You're
was
right, you're right. That's a question designed to be sitting at the courthouse in a
Yes.
different building. Yes, I
Yes.
apologize, Your Honor. So when I said, when I said around here, I meant in the city of Kenosha. Is that
Yes,
what
yeah.
you thought I meant?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, and did you at all try to get the defendant to tell you why he needed a ride or not?
Yes.
And what was your impression of whether he was willing to be forthcoming about why he needed a ride?
Well, when I asked, there was just no response, so,
Okay, did the defendant tell you why he was trying to get a ride immediately from Aurora at 3:20 p.m. on the 9th?
no.
And did he tell you where he wanted to go?
Something about 22nd Ave, what I remember of.
Okay,
What?
now, Mr. Ballard, as you were receiving this call from the defendant, and you knew he wanted a ride, did you know Aurora to be over by the Horizon subdivision? Did you know
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
So while you were receiving this information from the defendant, was there other things going on that were causing you additional concern?
There was police cars and stuff flying like around our cars and stuff, so,
Around where you were?
yeah.
And where were you at that time?
About to get on Highway 50, I would say.
Okay. So there are police cars. It looks like there's a lot more activity than usual.
Yeah, right.
And also, did you, through one of your friends, hear that there might have been a problem at the Horizon subdivision?
Yes.
And so what do you remember about that?
I remember he has a Ring doorbell, and it was saying that there was commotion around there.
Around Horizons?
Yes.
Right by Aurora?
Yes.
Okay, so hearing all these police cars, hearing there had been a shooting near Horizons subdivision, not getting an answer as to why somebody would need a ride right away at 3:20 p.m., what did you decide to do?
Well, I just hung up and decided to go home. And
Did you agree to give a ride?
No.
So how did you handle it?
Well, when I asked when he needed a ride, I got no response, so then I just hung up from that point.
So you didn't give a ride,
No.
and you didn't agree to do it?
No.
Mr. Ballard, I'm going to ask you about Snapchat and how familiar you are with that, okay? So this is an old guy asking you about Snapchat since you might be able to enlighten me, all right? So when you are on Snapchat, can you see the location of other people who are on Snapchat at the same time?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so if I was at Aurora and turned on my Snapchat and was looking for people who were close by who were on Snapchat, would I be able to access that? Would that be a thing I'd be able to do?
Yeah.
So you indicated you were on 75th. Do you remember telling the police you were at sort of by Cheddar's, 104th
Yeah.
and 75th?
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta wait till I'm done before
Okay.
you answer. So yes?
Yes.
Okay, so if somebody was by Aurora and had Snapchat on, they'd be able to tell how close you were as a possible ride because they'd be able to see where your Snapchat was then located. Is that true?
Yeah.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson?
All right, so a guy who's maybe not as old as the last guy who asked you questions about Snapchat has some other questions for you about it. You received a call through Snapchat, you said, right?
Yes.
Now, my understanding is that with Snapchat, if you get a text message through Snapchat, unless you do something to save it, that message will disappear, right?
Yep.
And that's part of the, I guess, appeal maybe of Snapchat to some people is those messages disappear, right?
Yep.
Is that the same with a phone call?
Yeah.
So any log or any record on your phone of that phone call would disappear unless you save it, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And so because of that, you wouldn't be able to show law enforcement, here's where the phone call came in,
No.
right?
No.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Anything on that, Mr. Gravely?
But in terms of timing, you know it was after you got off school at Indian Trail at 3, right?
Yeah.
And you know you guys had been able... You know you guys had been able to make it all the way to Cheddar's from Indian Trail, right?
Yep.
So is that why you believe it was 3:20?
Yeah.
Nothing else?
No recross.
Okay, thank you. You're excused. Thank you very much. Your next witness.
The state's going to call Heather Williams from the State Crime Lab.
Miss Williams, come straight up this way. Then we're going to have you take a turn and come up the steps. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, now take off that mask, and you're going to speak into this microphone, and make sure everybody can hear you, okay? Thank you.
Your Honor, before we begin the testimony, we have a stipulation that the parties are going to place on the record, and that is that we stipulate to the admission of State's Exhibit 97, and that it is a bullet recovered from, at the hospital, recovered from Stephanie Juga. So it's a bullet
From Miss
recovered
Juga, from Stephanie.
from Stephanie Juga. So during surgery, it is a bullet recovered from her. It ends up being transported to the crime lab. There's no difficulty or issue regarding chain of custody. We're stipulating to its admission.
And is this Dr. Williams?
No, this is the state crime lab person who
Oh,
analyzed the bullet.
okay,
So
okay,
we need
got
to-
it,
We need
got
to
it,
stipulate
okay.
to the exhibit so she can see it.
Okay, thank you. The stipulated, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Scheidegger?
That is the stipulation, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, Mr. Gravely.
Ms. Williams, can you state your first and last name and spell both your names for the record, please?
First name is Heather, Heather. Last name is Williams, Williams. Williams.
And Ms. Williams, what do you do as a profession?
I am a firearms and tool mark examiner at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory located in Milwaukee.
So you work out of a building in Milwaukee?
Correct, yes.
And the crime lab does everything from fingerprints to DNA to crime scene analysis, and also has some people employed to look at firearms and casings and bullets. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so you don't do those other things I mentioned. You don't do DNA, you don't do fingerprints, you have a specialty, is that true?
Correct, yes.
And that is firearms and tool marks examiner?
Correct, yes.
How many people do that profession for the Milwaukee, for the state crime lab in Milwaukee?
There are currently 4 firearms and tool mark examiners.
And across the state, are there other state crime labs?
There are other state crime labs, yes.
So are there other people in the state who also have your profession, where every day they go to work and this is what they do?
The only firearms section is at the Milwaukee Crime Lab for firearms and tool marks.
So I want to be clear, there are only 4 people in the state currently who do what you do as their everyday profession for the crime lab.
Correct, yes.
And you're one of those 4.
Correct, yes.
How did you, first of all, how long have you done that? How long have you been a firearm examiner for the state crime lab?
A little over 5 years.
And were you a person who was a firearms examiner elsewhere before you worked for the state crime lab in that capacity?
No, I was not.
So those 5 years are your professional experience in this area?
Correct, yes.
And during, and how did you receive training or an ability to be qualified to do that work for the state crime lab?
I first hold a Bachelor's of Science degree in Law Enforcement and Justice Administration with a minor in Forensic Science from Western Illinois University. And then I also completed the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Firearm and Tool Mark Training Program. It's an apprentice-type training program in which you get both hands-on and classroom-like instruction, much like, say, a plumber or an electrician.
You were an apprentice for a while?
Correct, yes.
And that was through the same place you're now employed?
Correct, yes.
How long did that process take, that apprenticeship type process?
That takes anywhere between 18 to 24 months. My training program was right around the 18-month mark.
And during that period of time, how do they train you and prepare you? So we know sort of a little bit how a plumber's apprentice might be trained, but how are you trained?
Yes, our training program is a module-based training program in which you learn about the different aspects of firearms and tool mark examination. You'll learn about the history of firearms, the history of ammunition. You'll learn about the comparison analysis of fired evidence, such as fired bullets and fired cartridge cases. You'll also learn about serial number restorations and how to do those, as well as tool mark examinations.
And that entire process of training before you could take a position as an actual examiner, for you took 18 months?
How our module training program works is that after each module, you then are required to take what's called a competency test or mock casework. Once completing that competency test and successfully completing it, you're then authorized or have the ability to then do casework in that specific module. And that continues until each module of the Firearms and Tool Mark Training Program is completed.
So describe how that is done. So how is a module done so that before you are hired on for that particular area, that there is some ability to know you have ability to make determinations that are credible in those areas?
So for the first module, it would be function testing of a firearm and testing a firearm. During that, we'll learn about how to properly function test a firearm, so making sure that you can tell the condition of the firearm as well as all safeties associated with that, and that those safeties are working. Once we complete that module, we then have a competency test where we have to do a function test and also test fire a firearm and have to do specific notes on that as well as a report. Once we complete that competency test, we can then do casework in the function testing and test firing of firearms. That'll continue with such as serial number restorations. We'll have to do a mock casework of doing a serial number restoration, doing notes as well as a report for that. And that'll continue until each section of the firearm and tool mark training program is completed.
So I just want to understand, when you say a mock case, somebody has put together a set of circumstances, they already know the answers, they ask you to make observations, and then they check your work? Is that essentially it?
Correct, yes.
And who's checking your work? Is it people at our crime lab, or is it somebody on a national basis? Who's certifying you or making sure that you're accurate in those areas?
It would be the trainer at our specific crime lab, so the technical unit leader as well as the senior examiner.
So these are people with vastly more experience than you as you're working through the modules?
Correct, yes.
So after that 18-month period is completed and you have the appropriate modules you've completed, is that when you're offered a position, or are you already in a position at the the crime lab as you're working through those modules?
You're already in that position as you are working through those modules. You're just not able to work casework until you complete those modules in that training program.
So how long have you been doing casework at the state crime lab as a firearms examiner?
I've been doing casework since December of 2016, so right around the 4.5 mark.
Okay. And during that period of time, what would be your estimate on how many firearms you have examined?
I've looked at during casework as well as in training thousands of different types of firearms.
How many times have you, would you estimate in your career that you have had to make comparisons of a firearm to casings?
I would say the same, but thousands of times.
Do you do that every day?
Typically every day. Most of our casework is comparing either fired evidence to each other or fired evidence to submitted firearms.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the same question regarding bullets. I said casings previously, so regarding projectiles or bullets, those words are the same, correct?
Correct, yes.
So regarding bullets, would it also be thousands of times that you've analyzed bullets and compared them to a particular firearm?
Correct, yes.
When you make a comparison, before I talk to you about the process, does the Wisconsin State Crime Lab have a way where your work is reviewed?
Yes, in the firearms and tool mark section, we have a 3-step quality assurance process. The first step is what is called the verification process. This is when anytime there is an identification, elimination, or inconclusive result of fired evidence being compared to each other or a submitted firearm, that is then looked at by a second qualified examiner in the unit. Once that verification process is completed, it goes on to that second step, which is the peer review process. In this process, that verifier will look at all notes and reports to make sure everything is clear, complete, and accurate. Once the peer review process is completed, it then goes to the third step, which is an administrative review, in which a supervisor will then again look at all the notes and reports to make sure everything is clear, complete, and accurate.
So, is there ever a conclusion reached by a firearm examiner at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab so that they could come and testify, et cetera? Is there ever a conclusion reached where there is not a second person who is also qualified rendering a second opinion on that? Does that ever occur?
For us, anytime it's done by individual characteristics, a second examiner is required to look at that evidence as well.
So that's mandatory?
Correct, yes.
Was that process that you just described, that confirming process, done on all the work you did on the case you're here to testify about today?
Yes, it was.
So this jury can know that a second person looked and all of the verification steps you just talked about occurred on each of the opinions you're going to offer today?
Correct, yes.
So in the particular case we are here today for, sometime after May 9th, 2019, did you receive a submission regarding a firearm and some evidence from Kenosha?
Can I please have the case number associated with that?
Do you want our case number or yours?
The laboratory case number, please.
Sure. So the case number is R19 1954.
Yes.
So, and if you recall, when did that arrive at the state crime lab for purposes of trying to make any comparisons?
I cannot recall the exact date.
If I indicated that you prepared a report and that it appears it's July 9th, does that appear, would that be your, would you agree that that sounds correct?
Yes.
We don't have this marked, do we?
No.
Okay. Williams, I'm going to show you it's been marked as 99. Ask you to take a look at this and tell me, is this the report you prepared for this particular case?
Yes, these are the two reports that I prepared for this specific case. I can tell because it has the laboratory case number, as well as it has my name and also my signature on the report.
So, pursuant to the request of the Kenosha Police Department, was there a firearm that was brought to you for you to begin your analysis?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall what that firearm was in terms of make and model?
Yes, it was a Polish model P83 9mm Makarov semi-automatic pistol.
Is this a type of pistol you have seen before in your career?
I have, yes.
And what do you do when you first have a firearm provided to you at the state crime lab? So what is your process at the moment you receive that firearm?
After taking that firearm into my custody, I will then perform a function test on that firearm and complete a firearms worksheet for it. The function test, as I previously discussed, is making sure that I can check the condition of the firearm as well as all safeties associated with that firearm, or I can then make sure that that firearm is a functional firearm and it is safe to test fire.
At the time that you received this firearm and began to analyze and test it, was it a functional firearm?
Yes, it was.
And do you have the scissors or does she?
Sure.
It's open. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96. And I'm just going to ask you to open it. There are gloves necessary if you need them. I'm not sure you're going to have to use them in this situation. But just if you could open that box, it indicates you recognize what that is in the context of what we've talked about so far.
Yes, I recognize this as the firearm that I analyzed for this specific case. I can tell by the yellow laboratory sticker, indicates the laboratory case number associated with this case, as well as the item designation for this specific case. Also on the firearm, I will also have the case number, item designation, my initials and date that I analyzed the firearm on the firearm.
In that, there's some bullets in there as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a magazine that's in the gun as well or near the gun or not?
No, I do not see a magazine in the firearm.
Okay. At some point, did you also analyze a magazine?
I did, yes.
And did you make sure that that magazine fit in the gun?
Yes, I was able to determine that the submitted magazine did fit and function in the submitted firearm.
The firearm was shown or displayed to the jury earlier. It looks to me like it has some either rust or some wear and tear on the surface of the gun. Was that true at the time you observed the gun?
Yes.
All right, and yet it was still functional.
Correct, yes.
When you test fire the gun, you are making sure it's functional. Is there another purpose in terms of test firing because you do some comparison after test fires?
Yes, the purpose of test firing again is to make sure that that firearm is functional, and instances in which there is fired evidence submitted on a case, those test fires are used to compare against that fired evidence to determine if that fired evidence was or was not fired in the submitted firearm.
And so mechanically, could you just explain to the jury what you do? So you have a bullet that you yourself have fired or somebody in your lab has fired, so you know that came from that very gun, correct?
Yes, so for us, we test fire our own firearms. So I was the one that test fired this firearm, producing the test fired cartridge cases and fired bullets.
And then mechanically, then let's say you have a casing or a bullet, let's say bullet for purposes of our example, you have a bullet that has also been submitted to you. What are you then doing? So are you, looking at a microscope? Are you putting it in a machine or some solution? Physically describe what the next process is?
Yep. The first thing that I will do is I will look to see if the test fires from that firearm and the fired evidence have the same class or basic characteristics. For example, are they the same caliber? For cartridge cases, is the firing pin the same shape? Is it hemispherical or elliptical? For bullets, for instance, the number of lands and grooves or the marks that are left by the rifling or spiral pattern within the barrel of a firearm, are those the same? Once I determine that they have the same class characteristics, I will then look at the individual or microscopic characteristics that are left on that fired evidence. To do that, what I use is what's called a comparison microscope. What it is, it's two microscopes that are then connected by an optical bridge. This allows myself as an examiner to look at two objects simultaneously side by side. So I'm able to analyze the markings that are left on the fired evidence as well as the test fires to determine if they were or were not fired in the same firearm.
So you're looking at them next to each other to see if they have the same indentations or defects or shapes, those kind of things?
Correct, yes.
So describe the process by which a bullet and then also a casing comes out of a gun that would cause there to be any marks on it or something you could look at in a microscope.
Yes, when you fire a firearm, when a cartridge is inside of a firearm, when you pull the trigger of one, it's going to release what's called the firing pin of that firearm. That firing pin will then hit the primer of a unfired cartridge within the chamber of that firearm. When that happens, there's a mini explosion that occurs. What this does is that mini explosion is going to have pressure that is built up. That pressure then is going to push a bullet through the barrel of a firearm, expelling that bullet through that barrel. At the same time, it's pushing the cartridge case against the back part of the firearm, and then at the same time, it's going to be ejected from that firearm. So as that bullet is going through the barrel, it's going to pick up markings from that rifling, again, that spiral pattern within the barrel. And then when that firearm is going backwards, it's going to have the markings from the breech face or bolt face, which is the area the firing pin comes out of. It can also have a firing pin impression, an ejector mark, which helps with actually ejecting the cartridge case from the firearm. We also look at extractor marks and then chamber marks. There are ejector marks, extractor marks, chamber marks, and then firing pin impression and breech face marks.
So would all P83 Makarov pistols have identical markings? In other words, would every make and model of that same one show you exactly the same impressions on the bullets or casings? Or are you saying each individual firearm that exists in the world will have individualized markings on its bullets and its casings when it fires?
Yes, each different P83 is going to have different markings that are left by that specific firearm.
So why is that? If I assume that this is a firearm where each part of the firearm would be made by a machine, right? So can you explain to the jury, if you know, why each one of those of the same make and model pistol wouldn't have exactly the same markings? Why are they different, if you know?
Yeah, well, during the manufacturing process of the different parts that are used to make that firearm, there is going to be irregularities and imperfections that are going to be on the tool surfaces that make that specific part. So with each part that is made, that tool surface is changing with each different part that it is making. When you put all of the different parts of a firearm together, it's going to have all of these different imperfections and irregularities from that surface on that specific part that then gets transferred onto the fired evidence that is fired in that specific firearm.
So each P83 Makarov would look to our naked eye like it's the same, but in terms of under a microscope, it would have these differences in manufacturing defects that you'd be able to detect in your process. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so first let me show you the magazine that I have here. So let me show you exhibit number 100, ask you if you know what this item is, and tell me what this is in the context of this case, if you know.
Yeah, so this is the magazine that I analyzed for this specific case. Again, I know based upon the laboratory sticker with the information, and that I was able to determine that this magazine did fit and function in the submitted firearm.
And are you aware of what the capacity is of that particular one, or is that not something that you test for or try to note?
We do make note of that, and if I can recall correctly, I believe the capacity was 8 unfired cartridges can fit in that magazine.
Thank you. So having fired your test-fired bullets, and do you collect the casings then of the test fires as well for purposes of comparison?
Correct, yes. We will collect the test-fired cartridge cases as well as the test-fired bullets.
Were you submitted both a number of casings and a number of bullets in this case to see if you could compare them to the Makarov firearm you've already talked about today?
Yes, I was.
So I'm going to bring you each one of those, and I don't know if you're going to need to open them or not, but perhaps from the markings you're able to tell us, so whatever you feel comfortable.
And your gloves are here. Do you need bigger gloves? Are those okay?
I should be okay since we do it in heat-sealed plastic, so we're able to see everything. Thank you.
So I'm going to first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 78. And this is marked as a casing recovered from the bedroom of Kaylee Juga. Ask you if you can indicate to me if this is a casing that you analyzed in this case.
Yes, I can tell that this is a cartridge case that I analyzed for this specific case based upon, again, the laboratory sticker, as well as my initials and date, not only on the packaging, but I also scribe it on the individual cartridge case.
And what was your conclusion in terms of a comparison to the Makarov pistol we've spoken about?
I was able to determine that this cartridge case was fired in the submitted firearm.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 79, again listed as a casing recovered from the bedroom of Kaylee Juga. Ask you as to Exhibit 79. Did you make the same comparison? In other words, did you take a look at the Makarov and try to see if it had been fired from that Makarov?
Yes, I did, and I was able to determine that it was fired in the submitted firearm.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 80. Again, marked as a casing recovered from the floor of the bedroom of Kaylee Juga, and ask you if, as to Exhibit 80, you did the identical comparison and what conclusion you reached.
Yes, I did do the identical comparison, and I was also able to determine that this was fired in the submitted firearm.
So now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit number 81. Again, marked as a casing recovered from the bedroom of Kaylee Juga, and ask you if you made the same comparison and did you reach a conclusion regarding that Makarov in this case?
Yes, I was also able to determine that this cartridge case was fired in the submitted firearm.
listed 83. Can I have 82 as well? So now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. Again, indicating that it is a casing that is noted as having been collected from the bedroom of Kaylee Juga. Ask you as to 83, did you make the same comparison to the Makarov, and what conclusion did you reach?
Yes, I did make the same comparison, and again, it was fired in the submitted firearm.
And now I'm going to show you Exhibit 82, again listed as a casing recovered from the bedroom of Kaylee Juga. Ask you, did you take a look at 82? Did you compare it to the Makarov firearm, and what conclusion you reached if you did?
Yes, I did also compare this to the submitted firearm, and it was fired in the submitted firearm.
And then finally, I'm going to show you in terms of casings, Exhibit 84. This is the 7th casing I'm presenting you. And this is casing listed as being recovered under a dresser against the wall on the first floor below the landing at the Juga household. So as to this casing, which is Exhibit 84, I'm going to ask, did you take a look at 84? Did you compare it to that Makarov firearm? And if so, what conclusion did you reach?
I also compared this to the submitted firearm, and it was fired in the submitted firearm.
So if I understand you correctly, in summary, 7 casings were presented to you, and all 7 casings matched the Makarov firearm when you looked under the microscope and did the comparison you've described to the jury. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Do all of those exhibits I've shown you, so they are 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, do they all appear to be in the same condition as when you reviewed them, when you compared them at the lab?
Yes, they are in the packaging that I put them in.
Are they changed or altered in any fashion other than an exhibit sticker has been added?
No, they do not appear to be.
Judge, I'd move admission of exhibits 78, 79, 80, and 81 through 84.
Any objection, Mr. Johnson?
No.
Received.
Now I'm going to show you 7 bullets.
I'll take these exhibits, right?
Oh. Thank you.
Thanks, I'll leave it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Williams, I'm going to first show you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. Indicate that it is a bullet that is indicated that it has been recovered from the stairwell at the Juga home, in the first and second floor. Ask you to take a look at Exhibit 88. Tell me, did you compare that to the test-fired bullet from the Makarov firearm, and were you able to reach any conclusions regarding Exhibit 88?
Yes, I did compare this to the test-fired bullets, and I was able to determine that this bullet was fired through the barrel of the submitted firearm.
Now I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 77. This is listed as a bullet recovered on the rug in Kaylee Juga's bedroom. So as the bullet that is listed as 77, I'm going to again ask you to tell me, did you compare this bullet to that Makarov firearm? And if so, what conclusion did you reach?
I did compare this bullet to the submitted firearm, and it was fired through the barrel of the submitted firearm.
Now I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. This is listed as a bullet recovered in the interior floor of Kaylee Juga's bedroom. I'm going to ask you as to 86 whether this is a bullet that you did compare to that Makarov firearm, and whether you reached a conclusion after that comparison.
I did compare this bullet to the submitted firearm, and it was fired through the barrel of it.
Take 93, 91, and 92 together. Now I'm going to show you 3 bullets in succession, 93, 91, and 92. All of these were recovered during autopsy from the body of Kaylee Juga. So first I'm going to show you Exhibit 93 and ask you if this bullet recovered from Kaylee Juga's body was compared to that Makarov firearm? And if so, what was your conclusion?
Yes, this bullet was compared to the submitted firearm, and I was able to determine that it was fired through the barrel of the submitted firearm.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 91, another bullet recovered from the body of Kaylee Juga at autopsy. Again, I'm going to ask you, did you compare that to the Makarov firearm we've spoken about, and what conclusion did you reach?
I did compare this bullet as well, and I was able to determine that it was fired through the barrel of the submitted firearm.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 92. This is the third bullet recovered from the body of Kaylee Juga during autopsy. I'm going to ask you as to 92. Did you compare that bullet to the Makarov firearm we've spoken about? And if so, what conclusion did you reach?
Yes, I also did compare this bullet to the submitted firearm, and I was able to determine that it was fired through the barrel of that firearm.
And then finally, in terms of a seventh bullet, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 97, indicated by stipulation. We're indicating that this bullet was recovered from the body of Stephanie Juga during her surgery. So this is a bullet recovered from Stephanie Juga. Ask you if, as to Exhibit 97, whether this is a bullet that you compared to that Makarov firearm, and if so, what conclusion did you reach?
I did also analyze this fired bullet to the test fired bullets from the submitted firearm, and I was able to determine that it was fired through the barrel of the submitted firearm.
You've rendered, in terms of comparison purposes, you've rendered 14 opinions, 7 for casings and 7 for bullets. Do you render all those opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty within your profession?
Based on my training and experience, yes.
Ms. Williams, when you observed the bullets and or the casings in this case, did you note the caliber of the bullets?
I did, yes.
And what caliber were they? I apologize.
They're .380 caliber.
And would that normally be what you would expect people to fire out of a 9mm Makarov?
Not normally.
Okay, so in your experience, does that caliber of ammunition actually fire out of a 9mm? So, I mean, this is possible to do?
Yes, it is possible.
It would not be the ideal ammunition.
Correct, yes.
And so did you note that as you looked? You said, oh, this is the wrong ammunition for this gun that would typically be used. Did you note that during your process?
Yes, I did note that, and in my notes, I noted that it was indicative that these cartridge cases and bullets were fired in a firearm that was not the typical caliber that this type of cartridge case or bullet would be fired in. It had certain characteristics that were indicative of being fired in a oversized chamber or oversized barrel.
So what, in general, what would those characteristics be that you saw that would lead you to that conclusion?
For the cartridge cases, there was bulging and some cracking on the cartridge cases, which is indicative of the cartridge cases being fired in an oversized chamber. And then for the bullets, there was some slipping and sliding that was noticed on that the fired bullets, which is indicative of being fired through a barrel that is a little bit oversized for that particular type of bullet.
And in terms of comparison purposes, was this at all a factor for you? The fact that it was differing ammunition, does that change what you do as a firearm examiner in terms of comparisons?
No, we're still looking at those individual or microscopic characteristics from that specific firearm.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Move admission of any exhibit that has not been placed in evidence that I just did. So certainly the bullets, if any of them are not in evidence at this point, I'd move their admission based on the testimony. Those are 88, 77, 86, 93, 91, 92, and I know we just stipulated the admission of 97.
And the weapon.
And the weapon, which I believe is already admitted, but I'd ask at this point that that be admitted as well.
Mr. Johnson, any objection?
No.
Received?
And then
Go
I
ahead.
also provided her the magazine. I'd move that that be admitted as well.
Also received. Mr. Johnson.
Ms. Williams, you went through some of your training and experience before. Now, there's a national organization for tool mark examination, right?
Yes, there is the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners.
AFTE for short.
Correct, yes.
And in May of 2019, were you a member of the AFTE?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Were you a provisional member at that time?
Yes, I was.
Now, in this case, you received a number of fired projectiles, right?
Correct, yes.
A number of casings, correct?
Correct, yes.
You received one firearm, right?
Correct, yes.
And it'd be your belief that this is the firearm that the police believe was used in the crime, right?
It'd be indicative that that submitted firearm would be compared against the fired evidence.
And that the police submitted it to you because they believe it may have been used in a crime, right?
Correct, yes.
The police don't submit to you the firearm that they believe may have been used in a crime and then give you two kind of dummy firearms to then also test and compare, right?
I would know what they would be submitting.
But they just submitted one, right?
Correct. In this case, they just submitted one firearm.
Now, you talked about steps of quality assurance, and you indicated that there are other examiners within your office who review your reports and your notes, right?
Correct, yes.
Now, you said there's 4 of you total within the state, right?
Correct, yes, at this time.
And so you're all reviewing each other's work at different times, right?
Correct, yes.
So they review yours and then you review theirs, correct?
Correct, yes.
Now, when someone reviews the work, they don't redo all the testing though, correct?
Any type of identifications, eliminations, and conclusive results, they will actually look at that evidence under their own comparison microscope. So they do also analyze that fired evidence.
They don't go through the process though of firing casings themselves, taking those casings and then doing the examinations on the casings they fired, right?
Correct. They will use our test fires to compare against the fired evidence.
When you do you talked about the fact that tool mark examination relies upon the belief or the assumption that each firearm leaves unique and distinctive markings, right?
Correct, yes.
And so you said that each P83 Makarov would leave its own unique distinctive marks on casings or bullets, right?
Correct, yes.
Now, presumably, there's probably thousands of P83 Makarovs that are manufactured, right?
That could be a possibility, yes.
And the assumption of tool mark examination is that all thousands of those leave a distinctive mark that is entirely different than any other P83 Makarov, right?
Yes, when you're looking at that specific firearm, you're looking at all of the different parts that are leaving marks on the specific fired evidence from that firearm.
Now, the first thing you do is you look at kind of general characteristics of the projectile or the casing. I guess you could look at either one, right? Projectiles, or you could look at casings.
Correct, yes. We'll first look at those class or basic characteristics.
And then ultimately, though, the distinction, I guess, is when you are looking through the microscope, right?
Correct, when we are doing that comparison analysis using that comparison microscope.
And you look through that microscope and then you make a judgment about whether you believe that this casing or projectile came out of the firearm that you have received, right?
Correct, yes.
Now, when you say that the projectile or firearm that's found at a crime scene or something like that, when you say that it's been fired from the submitted firearm, what you're saying is that you believe that there is sufficient agreement between the two casings or the two projectiles, right?
Correct, yes. We were saying that there's sufficient agreement between the markings on the test fires that were created by the submitted firearm to the submitted evidence.
So sufficient agreement, that's a definition that the AFTE has, right?
Correct, yes.
And I'm going to try and not kind of stumble over this, but sufficient agreement is defined as when it exceeds the best agreement demonstrated between tool marks known to have been produced by different tools, and it is consistent with the agreement demonstrated by tool marks known to have been produced by the same tool. That's the standard, right?
Correct, yes.
So when you say that something is a match or that something was fired through the same firearm, again, what you're saying is that what that means is that the agreement between those two objects demonstrates, exceeds the best agreement demonstrated between tool marks known to have been produced by different tools, and it's consistent with agreement demonstrated by tool marks known to have been produced by the same tool, right?
Yes, correct.
So when you determine or you make a judgment that two objects have sufficient agreement, you're looking at the two objects in your microscope, right?
Yes.
And you're using your own eyes to look at them and compare them, right?
Yes, we're using that comparison microscope to look at those individual markings.
And then you are making a judgment as to, I think that a marking on the one here on my left is has sufficient agreement to a marking on this object that I'm looking at on the right.
Based upon looking at my test-fired cartridge cases and seeing the markings that are transferred from the firearm to those test fires, I will then look at that fired evidence to see if they exhibit those same individual markings from the two test fires.
And looking at them to determine whether they have this sufficient agreement, right?
Correct, yes.
And so the comparisons between these objects relies heavily on you, right?
It's based on my training and experience as a firearms and tool mark examiner, yes.
And it relies on your judgments about whether two things exhibit sufficient agreement with each other, right?
Correct, yes.
Those are all of my questions.
Mr. Gravely, anything?
So what I understand you to say is your conclusions are based on observations that you make, right?
Correct, yes.
Trained observations, correct?
Correct, yes.
Observations that have been educated by the fact that you have done it thousands of times, correct?
Correct, yes.
And your education, having done this thousands of times for almost 5 years, is that each individual firearm does produce different markings. That's something you have consistently seen in your profession, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And so this observation process, would that be similar to what somebody does if they look at fingerprints and makes comparisons? Somebody's looking at observations and comparing two items?
Your Honor,
Correct,
I
yes.
guess I would object. I think it's outside her expert or her training is in firearms. I don't think she said she has any type of training in fingerprints, so I don't know that she's able to
If
make
you
that.
want to ask, Sustained, if you want to ask her if she has had any training at all in fingerprint?
No, I don't. I just asked her if it was a similar process. Do people who do fingerprints also look at two items and see if they can find similarities? Is it the same process?
He's objecting because he doesn't know that she has any basis of how fingerprints are compared.
Okay.
So you could ask her if she has any.
Are you familiar with the process by which an examiner would look at fingerprints?
I am familiar, yes.
Okay. And so do you base the answer you gave me just a minute ago on that familiarity?
Yes, I do.
All right. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, anything?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You want any of these left up?
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just.
Are you saying yes to me? Do you want any of these left up? Bye now. Get it when that, no, glasses keep falling off my nose. Did we receive that report? Whoops. Anybody need a break? Yes, okay. We're gonna take a quick break, everybody? Okay, let's take a quick break, let the jurors go, everybody else stay put. break. Mr. Gravely or Miss Gabrielle, whichever.
It's me.
Would you please call your next witness?
State calls Dylan Connell to the stand.
Mr. Connell, this way, up here. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please be seated. Speak right into this microphone. It doesn't pick up if you move back. Move close. Okay, there you go. Mr. Gravely.
Mr. Connell, can you state your first and your last name and spell both your names for the record, please?
Dylan Connell, Dylannell.
Right. Mr. Connell, speak even a little louder, okay, just so that everybody in the place can hear, if you could, okay? Can you do that?
Yep. Dylannell.
Mr. Connell, how old are you today?
18.
And were you in school back in May of 2019?
Yes.
What school were you going to at that time?
Indian Trail.
Do you remember what year of school you were?
I was a sophomore.
Okay. And at that time, did you know a person already who you know to be named Martice Fuller?
Yes.
Is Martice Fuller here in the courtroom today?
Yep.
For purposes of the record, Mr. Connell, can you point out where Mr. Fuller is, and can you indicate what Mr. Fuller is wearing today?
He's to my right. He's wearing a black jacket, gray shirt, black mask.
Record will reflect identification of Mr. Fuller.
Back in May of 19, Mr. Connell, how long had you known Martice Fuller? Like, from what grade had you known him?
Like 6th grade.
Okay. And in general, how did you know him?
We were pretty good friends from the football team.
Okay. And by the date of May 9th, 2019, that's the day Kaylee Juga was murdered. Had you seen him for a few months at that point, or had it been a few months since you had seen him in person?
It was probably like a month or so, month and a half.
And on May 9th, did you receive a message of some kind from the defendant?
Yes.
And did that happen sometime between 2:30 and 3:30?
I believe so, yeah.
And that would be in the afternoon?
Yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah.
And what do you remember about the message? What was it that was said?
Well, he texted me in the morning, asking if he could still stay with me. And then the message around 2 to 2:30, he was saying, like he was either apologizing or he was thanking me for everything and that he loved me.
So, it's been a while since you've had to think about the very specifics of this, right?
Yeah.
Did you give a statement on May 9th, 2019, at that basically the same day that Kaylee was murdered, to law enforcement about what your contact had been with the defendant?
I can't remember if I gave one on May 9th or not.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of a written statement, you believe you gave a written statement, right?
I don't recall completely.
Right.
Oh, no, yeah, I know that I gave one. I don't know if I gave one on May 9th or not.
Understood. If I showed you a copy of a statement and it has a date on it, would that refresh your memory about what date you gave it?
Yeah.
If I showed it to you? So I'm just going to approach you and ask you if, looking at this, does that refresh your memory of what date that you gave a written statement?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to take it back. Can I have it back?
Yep.
All right, so now that your memory is refreshed, what day did you give a written statement?
May 9th.
Okay, so the very same day she was murdered, if I'm telling you that that's the day, right?
Yep.
Okay, so is it fair to say at that time, since it's the very same day, you were able to be very specific about what the message was that you received from the defendant in the afternoon hours on that day?
I believe so. I would be able to, yeah.
Would it refresh your memory about
Last part of what he said, I didn't hear.
I said, yes, I think I would be able to, yeah.
Okay, real clear.
I got you.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So if I showed you the document and let you read it, would that maybe refresh your memory about specifically what the statement was he made to you, that he texted you, or that he gave you at that time?
Yes.
All right. So again, I'm going to show it to you, but this time asking you to see if it helps your memory about exactly what the words were he used when he contacted you.
And the reporter'd like you to slow down a little, okay?
Yeah, it refreshes my memory.
So what are the words that he specifically told you on May 9th?
I'm sorry for everything, bro. I love you.
Now, Mr. Connell, on May 9th, were you having any dispute with him where he would have to apologize for anything?
Yeah, we were in an argument.
Okay. And prior to May 9th, was there a time that you became concerned because the defendant was requesting of you that you provide him something that worried you?
Yes, but only to harm himself.
So what was it that he requested that you help him get?
A firearm.
And he didn't tell you what he wanted it for?
No. Well, other than to harm himself.
Okay. And did you help him get a firearm?
No.
And did you ever hear or did you know that he had obtained a firearm firsthand? I'm not talking about rumors, but firsthand.
No, I had no idea.
I have nothing else.
Ms. Scheidegger?
Mr. Connell, you stated on your direct testimony that on May 9th, Martice reached out to you to see if you could stay the night at your home.
Yeah.
And you were of the belief at this time that he did this because he was homeless?
Yeah.
You weren't able to respond right away.
No.
And later that same day, he had sent you a message. And it was your understanding his apology was in relation to a prior argument the two of you had had?
I believe so. We were just in an argument roughly 2 months before May 9th. I'm guessing that's what the apologies was for.
And when you say that Martice messaged you, this occurred over Snapchat?
Yeah.
You weren't able to save the message due to
No.
due to Snapchat's features being, if you don't save it, they eventually delete?
Yeah.
And around this same time period, March, April, you were of the belief that Martice wanted to harm himself?
Yes.
And this was during the time period where Martice and Kaylee had broken up, to your knowledge.
Yes.
During this breakup time period, did Kaylee ever contact you in an attempt to try and reach Martice?
Yes. Well, not exactly. There was an incident. I don't know what date it was.
Judge, I'm just going to object for just a second. It sounds like it is going to call for hearsay, but I don't know that for sure at this point. Certainly suggestive that it would be calling for hearsay, and that would be my objection before we
Okay,
actually.
well, we'll see what it is.
Well, so my question is.
I understand your objection. The question was, did Kaylee contact you?
Yes, Kaylee did contact me, but only to check up on him, really. Not for contact with him.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, anything on that, Mr. Gravely?
Yeah, Mr. Connell, during the time period you were asked if he could stay at your house that evening, was your address in the Horizon subdivision? Did you guys live in the Horizon subdivision?
Well, my parents are divorced, so I had 2 houses, but I'm sure the house he was referring to was the one in Horizons.
So he would be spending the night in the same subdivision Kaylee lived in?
Yes.
If you had agreed to that request?
Yes.
And you indicated that the reason you thought he was asking to stay at your house is because he was homeless. Was your source of information that he was homeless himself? Was he the one saying he was homeless?
Yeah.
Okay, so did he tell you at any point, what if anything, did he ever tell you about the fact that he just simply refused to follow his parents' rules and so wouldn't live with them because the parents' rules were not something he was going to live with?
Well, I had talked with his mother, and his mother was requesting for my family to hopefully like bring him back home.
To her home?
Yeah, to her home.
Yeah, and he was refusing to do that, right?
Yes.
Okay, nothing else.
Ms. Scheidegger?
No follow-up, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me ask. Okay, got it. Thank you. Next witness.
State's going to call Ezra Stargell. He's getting it. Can I have that picture though? Please don't take it away. Go ahead. Yes, yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Stewart, it's going to be Exhibit 33. Who's going to, Ms. Carl? Okay. When we get there.
Mr. Stargell, come up this way. Good morning. Good morning. Here, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, take off your mask and speak into this microphone, okay? And stay close and speak in a loud voice. Get closer. Slide up. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Mr. Gravely.
Sir, could you state your first and your last name and spell both your names for the record?
Ezra Stargell, EZRA STARGELL.
And Mr. Stargell, how old are you today?
18.
Back in May of 2019, where were you going to school?
Indian Trail High School.
And back in May of 2019, did you know a person who you know to be named Martice Fuller?
Yes.
Is that person you knew to be named Martice Fuller here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, Mr. Stargell, could you point out Mr. Fuller and indicate what Martice Fuller is wearing today?
Black suit with a gray tie in the middle.
I'd ask the record reflect identification.
So ordered.
Mr. Stargell, by May of 2019, how long had you known the defendant, Martice Fuller? Had you from what grade did you know him, would you guess?
Probably since like CYC basketball league, so I couldn't even put a grade on it since it's been like that long. Like
Okay.
probably like 4th, 3rd grade probably.
All right, so at least 6, 7, 8 years at the
Yeah.
minimum. Okay, and was there a time on into May 4th of 2019 when the defendant contacted you?
Yes.
And on May 4th, what did he contact you and ask you?
Just could he have somewhere to stay?
Okay. And then, did you have to wait up for him before he actually showed up?
I mean, yeah, like, because he asked, like, could he have somewhere to stay? So I said, yeah, so I'm gonna wait till he gets to my house.
All right. And what time into the morning of May 5th, what time would you estimate he arrived at your house?
Probably like 1.
1 a.m.?
Yeah, 1 in the morning.
Okay. Are you a guy who would normally want to be up that late?
I mean, to wait for him, I would be, to wait for him, yeah, but not normally.
And then after the defendant arrived at your house at about 1 a.m. on that early morning of May 5th, what did you do next?
I just, like, caught up with him, asked him a couple questions, and then after that, I just chilled basically for the rest of the night.
Okay, what time do you believe you went to bed that night?
An hour later, maybe.
Do you remember how the defendant arrived at your home? Like what did he walk? Did he drive? How'd he get there?
Like,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33. I'm going to bring it up and just show you a picture and ask you if this is a bike that you believe you recall in the context of what we've been talking about.
yes.
What is that bike? What do you think that is?
I'm confused at the question you're trying to get at.
She didn't hear you because,
I'm confused at the question that he's trying to get at.
Does that appear to be a picture of the bike that the defendant arrived at your house on May 5th?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask for permission to show it to the jury just for a minute.
any objection?
No. And Mr. Sargell, is one of the reasons you recognize this bike is because you remembered it to be a dark bike with silver lettering on parts of it?
Yes.
And this, after the defendant arrived on this bike, you caught up with him a while, and you went to bed. Where did you go to sleep that night, if you remember, within your house?
My room.
Your what?
My room.
Your room? And where was the defendant going to be sleeping?
In my room with me.
Okay. Sometime after 2 a.m., did you ever know the defendant to leave your house that night at any point?
No.
Okay. Would you have known if somebody, after you fell asleep, would you have known if somebody left your house at any point?
I mean, it just really depends on how hard you close the door, like
Sure.
if I would hear it or not.
Okay. And do you know where Kaylee Juga lived?
No, not at the time.
Okay. Do you now know where she lived?
Yeah.
And that's pretty close to your house, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's in a subdivision that's across the street, across 104, right? 104th?
Yes.
Where do you live in conjunction to Aurora?
To Aurora, probably like right across the street.
Okay, and that street is 104th?
Yeah.
So your apartment, were you living in the Windsong Apartments?
Yes.
And those are directly across the street from Aurora?
Yes.
So, after the defendant spent the night, if you know, do you remember when he left?
No, not really. Like, I was going to school at the time too, so probably that would have been like the perfect time to leave because he has no one to really talk to. So like, he probably left during the time that I was at school.
Now I want to turn your attention to the day that Kaylee Juga was murdered, May 9th, okay? Between the time that the defendant left your house after that visit to your house on May 5th until May 9th, do you remember having any contact with the defendant in between those two times?
No, not really.
Okay. On May 9th, were you home from school originally, or were you at school?
I was at school, and then I came home from school early because I felt sick.
Okay. And after you got home from school because you felt sick, did the defendant contact you on May 9th?
Yes.
And what do you remember about that contact?
Just basically, he told me that he was about to come back to my house after he'd been out all day, basically because I wasn't there because I was at school. So like I said, he left. And then he was coming back because he was out. So then I was just like, okay.
So you agree that he could come?
Yes.
And did he contact you at sometime around 1:30 p.m. on the 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And was that? Do you remember how he did that? Was that over Facebook Messenger, Snapchat?
Snapchat.
What?
Snapchat.
Thank you.
You wait till he finishes, because she can't do two at once, so.
Okay.
Wait till he finishes and then answer, okay?
All right.
Yep, thank you.
If he contacted you at about 1:30, was it about 1:45 that he arrived at your house?
I would say so.
Okay. And was he with anybody or was he alone?
Just him.
And how did he arrive?
Bike.
Okay. So I showed you a picture earlier. So, Mr. Starch, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 101. And if you need to be closer, just let me know. Does that appear to be the same bike that I showed you in that picture?
Yes.
So that appears to be the bike that you said the defendant arrived on the 5th. What about now on the 9th? Does that appear to be the same bike he arrived on the 9th?
Yes.
So there's some stickers and some pink things attached to it and things like that. Other than that, does this bike appear to be unchanged or changed in any way from when you saw it back on the 9th?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same bike?
Yes.
I move admission of Exhibit 101, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I asked you just a second ago if he arrived on the bike, but you didn't actually see him arrive on the bike.
No, like I could see, like, because when somebody's riding a bike and they're trying to get speed behind it, you can tell that they're standing up a little bit, like on top of the bike. So that's like the view that I had of it, so I could see that he was on top of the bike.
I apologize. That you actually don't know how he arrived at your house at 1:45, though, right?
No, I seen he was on the bike, like, because you could.
On the 9th or only on the 5th? I know you saw him leave on the bike, but not. Did you see him actually arrive on the bike?
No.
Okay. So on the 9th, when he arrived at 1:45, he showed up at your house.
Yes.
You don't know how he got to your house that day?
No.
Okay. What was he wearing when he arrived on the 9th?
A gray hoodie and blue jeans.
Yep.
And a black bag.
And was the backpack the type of backpack you recognize from other stuff?
Yeah, it had just an Indian Trail emblem on it, like a hawk.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Ask you to take a look at 37 and tell me, does that look familiar to you based on what you're talking about so far?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 37?
It's a picture of a backpack with a hawk emblem on it, and it says football on the Under Armour symbol.
Is that the backpack you're saying that the defendant arrived with on the 9th?
Yes.
Okay. Does it appear to be changed or altered in any way, or does that picture appear to be the same backpack you saw?
No, it's the same one.
Okay, I'd ask permission to publish, Your Honor, the picture.
No.
And I'd move admission of the picture as well.
No objection.
I'll receive it.
So, Mr. Stargell, now the defendant's over at your house. It's, after 1:45. At some point while you're home, do you decide you want to head back to school?
Yeah, because my friends on my basketball team, they're about to sign because it was their senior year, so they're about to sign to go to college. So I was about to support them.
So,
My friends are about to sign for college, so I went back up to the school so I can go support them.
and what time was that supposed to happen, if you remember?
The signing was supposed to be right after school, so I was trying to get there around 3.
So did you go in and speak to your mom?
Yeah,
And do you remember why your mom was home at that time?
she had knee surgery.
So where was she? Was she sort of not able to move around at all?
Not really.
So where was she staying in the house?
In her room.
So did you go in to speak to her?
Yes.
And so sometime between 2 and 2:15 p.m. on the 9th, when you were in speaking to your mom, did you have another contact with the defendant, Martice Fuller?
Yes.
And how was that contact? Was that in person or some other way?
It was just through Snapchat again.
Okay, so if I'm...
She didn't understand you. Say it again.
It was just through Snapchat.
Okay, so if I'm getting it correctly, you guys are in the same apartment, but you're in different rooms.
Yeah.
But the way you're communicating is through Snapchat.
Yes, because I was having a conversation with my mom at the time.
Okay. And what did the defendant tell you at that time?
That he was about to leave to go to his grandma's.
And so you knew he was leaving.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point after you knew he was leaving, did you end up looking out the window at your apartment?
Yeah, once I heard the door, once I heard the door close, I left my mom's room to go walk back up to the front door so I could lock the door.
And did you see the defendant at that time?
Yeah.
And was the defendant leaving your apartment area? And what mode of transportation was he using when he left your apartment on the 9th of May?
Bike.
Same bike we've just talked about?
Yeah.
And that was sometime between 2 and 2:15 on the 9th of May?
Yes.
Did you leave your house at around 2:30 then?
Probably around 2:45.
Okay, and then did you return to school?
Yes.
What time did school get out?
3.
Did you make it in time?
Yes.
How'd you get back to school, do you remember?
I had a car at the time.
You had a car?
Yeah.
So how long did it take you? What's the trip from your house to school?
Probably like 7 minutes.
Got it. After the defendant left your home on the bicycle you've described at some time between 2 and 2:15 on May 9th, 2019, did you have any more contact with the defendant after that?
No.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Johnson? Now, wait till they finish and then talk slowly, okay?
All right.
And keep your eye on her because she gets, she'll let you know if she can't hear you.
Mr. Stargell, you said that Martice arrived at your house on Sunday, May 5th, somewhere around 1 o'clock in the morning,
Yes.
and the two of you hung out, you think, for about an hour,
Yeah.
and then you went to sleep after that
Yes.
hour, right?
Yes.
So you went to sleep roughly around 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
And as far as you're aware, Martice Fuller did not leave your room that night, right?
Yeah.
Now, you described what you saw Martice wearing when you saw him on May 9th. You did not see him wearing a black sweatsuit, right? Yes or no, please?
No.
She's got to write it down,
Okay.
so we got to have words. You did not see Martice with a gun, right?
No.
Those are all of my questions.
Anything, Mr. Gravely?
Nothing on those.
Thank you, Mr. Stargell. Appreciate it. Take your mask, and I'll take this picture. Thank you. I know.
Okay, he's not here right now, though. Okay. Your Honor, the state calls Alicia Stargell.
Ms. Stargell, come up, all the way up this way, okay? Up those stairs. Ms. Stargell, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please be seated and stay close to that microphone. It doesn't broadcast real well. Pretty well, but not perfect. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gravely.
Ms. Stargell, can you tell me your first and your last name and spell both your names for the record?
Alicia Stargell, Aleshia, Stargell, Stargell.
And are you the mother of someone who just walked out of the courtroom because he just testified?
Yes.
And what is his name?
Ezra Stargell.
Back in May of 2019, other than yourself and Ezra, were anyone else living with you on an everyday basis back in May of 19?
Yes.
Who else was living with you on an everyday basis?
My husband, James Stargell, and my daughter, Alexa Ray Pouncey.
Okay. And where were you guys living in May of 2019?
104th.
And was that in an apartment complex?
Apartments, Winsong Village.
Thank you. And where is Winsong Village in connection to Aurora?
Right across the street.
And that street is 104th?
Yes.
And what about the Horizon subdivision?
It's like diagonally across the street from us to get into Horizons.
Okay. So it also would be extremely close?
Yes.
Through Ezra, do you know a person named Martice Fuller?
Yes.
And is Martice Fuller here in the courtroom?
Yes.
And so for purposes of the record, Ms. Stargell, can you please point out Mr. Martice Fuller today and say what he is wearing today?
A black jacket, blazer, a gray shirt, and a black mask.
I'd ask to reflect.
Record will reflect identification of Mr. Fuller.
Ms. Stargell, was there a day back, let me ask you it this way. On May 9th, 2019, were you home with a injury?
Yes, I had just had knee replacement surgery.
And did that severely restrict your ability to move around?
Yes.
And so what part of your house were you primarily staying in?
My bedroom.
And when had you had that surgery? And what I'm really asking is when were you home from that surgery? Starting when?
April, the end of April, so like April 21st.
So you were actually in your house and fairly immobile for multiple weeks?
I was.
Okay. On May 9th, 2019, were you still kind of bedroom ridden, stuck a little bit in your bedroom because of your movement based on that surgery?
Yes.
And on that day, did Ezra go to school but then come home sick?
Yes, the nurse had called me asking for him to be able to come home because he was running a fever.
And you allowed him to do that?
Yes.
And at some point after Ezra got home, were you told that someone else was going to be over at least for a while?
Yes.
And who were you told would also be over?
Martice.
And how long had you known Martice in some way, shape, or form?
Since about my son, about 4th grade.
So many years?
Yeah.
All right. So this was in no way alarming to you that he might come over at some point?
No.
Okay. And so when did Martice come over? Did you know that to occur by either hearing it or seeing it?
Yes.
Did Martice come over? Did you know that to occur by either hearing it or seeing it?
Yes.
At some point after the defendant arrived at your home, did you come to know he had left?
Yes.
And did you see him leave, or was that something Ezra told you?
I heard the door and I said, who was that? And then Ezra told me that was Martice leaving.
Okay. And was that at some time at around 2 or 2:15 in the afternoon, if you remember?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think.
Okay. This was a while ago.
It was a while ago, but also I wasn't looking at the clock at the time.
I mean, you were homesick.
Right.
The specific time of the afternoon was not a huge concern to you at that moment, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ultimately, though, did Ezra, after the defendant left, did Ezra say to you, hey, I've decided I'm going to go back to school?
Yes, he asked if he could.
And you permitted that?
Yes.
So you knew that if he was returning to school, it was for a signing ceremony for one of his friends?
Yeah, it was 3 of them, yes.
Okay. And that would be immediately after school, you knew that?
Yes.
So that helps you time this slightly because you know school ends at Indian Trail at 3.
Yes.
Okay, so he had to have left, Ezra had to leave your house before 3 if he was going to get there at 3, right?
Correct.
And if Martice left even earlier, that at least orients you, right?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't see in person the defendant leave, right?
Correct.
After Ezra left, were you alone in the house for a period of time?
Correct.
And then sometime after 3:30, did you hear again that it appeared someone had come in your house?
Yes.
And at the moment it happened, did you know who that was?
Not at the moment.
Okay. And what did you hear originally when that person entered your house?
When they first entered the house, I heard the door slam.
Okay.
Like shut.
All right. And then what happened?
I heard some crying, like some wailing. It wasn't like a normal cry.
And did you come to figure out who that was?
Yes.
Who was in your home?
It was Martice.
The defendant?
Yes.
And would he tell you what it was about in specifics or not?
Yes.
Okay, so what did he tell you that he was crying about?
That he was trying to contact his mother but couldn't get a hold of her, and that's when I began to ask him questions.
And ultimately, did you attempt to contact his mother?
Yes.
And did he leave your home basically just as you were trying to get a hold of his mom?
Correct.
And if I indicated to you that text appears to be at 3:47 p.m., does that sound right?
Yes.
When the defendant left your home, did he say something to you that concerned you?
At the time, it didn't concern me.
Okay. What did he say to you as he was leaving your home?
He said if anyone comes looking for me, I wasn't here.
And you, when the police talked to you, you told authorities, hey, this is something he told me, didn't you?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Ms. Stargell, you said that you did not see Martice Fuller the first time that he was at your home, right? On May 9th?
Correct.
But you did hear him leave out the door, right?
Correct. I heard someone open the door and leave.
After you heard someone open the door and leave, did Ezra go down to the door to lock it?
Yes, he got up out the bed and went to lock the door.
And then Ezra leaves a little while later to go to school, right?
Correct.
And then sometime after that, around 3:20 or so, Martice returns to your apartment, right?
He returned. I don't know the time, but yes, sir.
And he somehow got into your apartment, right?
Correct.
Was the door locked?
No, it was
after-
unlocked.
Okay.
Because Ezra had left. So when he left, I couldn't get up to lock it, and Ezra didn't have a key to the house to lock it. So once he left, the door was unlocked.
Okay, so when he leaves, sorry. When Martice leaves, Ezra goes to lock the door while the two of you are in the apartment.
Correct.
But when Ezra leaves, and you're in the bedroom recuperating, door is not locked after that, right?
Correct.
When you saw Martice on May 9th, you did not see him with a gun, right?
No.
You didn't see him wearing a black sweatsuit, right?
No.
When you saw Martice, you were concerned about him,
Correct.
and so you texted his mom.
Correct.
And that was somewhere around 3:47 when you sent his mother a text.
Correct. Well, first I called her, and it just rang, and then I sent the text.
You sent that text message basically as Martice is leaving your home.
Right. He waited a few moments because we were waiting to see if she would like text or call back, and then he left. So about maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
So Martice left your home somewhere around 3:50 or so?
Yes. Like I said, I'm not aware of the time, sir.
Sure, I get it. Now, you testified that as Martice left, or before he left, that he told you, if anyone comes looking for me, I wasn't here, correct?
Correct.
Now, you gave a written statement to law enforcement officers on May 9th. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And that was somewhere around 10:30 that night?
Correct.
And in that written statement to law enforcement on May 9th, you did not include in that statement that Martice told you, if anyone comes looking for me, I wasn't here.
Correct.
May 9th, presumably your memory, at 10:30 p.m. on May 9th, your memory of what happened hours earlier would have been at its best, correct?
Ask the question again, I'm sorry.
So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, would you agree that with time our memory can fade?
Correct.
So normally our memory of something that happened is the clearest the closer in time we are to that event, right?
Normally. But I was medicated, so I was heavily medicated, so.
And so, were you on painkillers, I'm assuming?
Correct.
And painkillers can affect our perception sometimes, right?
Sometimes.
And affect our memory of events, right?
Sometimes.
When you spoke with the officers on May 9th, that night, again, you did not tell them that Martice had told you, if people come looking for me, I wasn't here, right?
Correct.
You did not tell that to, I guess then in February of 2020, you told members of the district attorney's office that Martice had told that to you, right?
Yes.
Those are all of my questions.
Mr. Gravely?
Nothing on those.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Sturgill. Thank you very much. Be careful on those steps, okay? What would we like to do next?
Let me just talk to
It's not here.
defense counsel just for a second. The only other person we have in the hallway, turn it off. Your Honor, the next witness is going to take a little time for the attorneys to talk about a previous motion we had and be sure that he's well situated on what, on the results of that motion. So
Okay.
we'd like to break. We would like to take the time together to be able to establish that, so when he testifies that, you know, we don't have to do
Okay,
that.
but we don't have our lunch yet. So,
Sure.
if we could, do you think that would take 10 minutes? 15?
Yeah, I mean, I assume we'd be able to do it in 15, but then we'd have to instruct the witness and make sure he was very specific about it.
Yep.
So what I'm concerned about is by the time
it's gonna
we
get
iron that out,
They're on their way now? Let me-
we've moved a little, as the court can, I think,
I know,
tell, we're
we're
moving
doing-
quicker than we had expected, and I apologize, but.
We're doing well.
Yeah.
We're doing very well. I'm gonna check when the lunch will be here, because I don't want them doing nothing for a while. Oh, she back with it? Okay, so we're good. Lunch is good. That's good for lunch. They brought lunch. So, with that, do not discuss the case. Case is important to all parties. Keep your minds open and wait until all the evidence is received and the instructions on the law are given. Enjoy your lunch. Happy St. Patrick's. What's the matter? Okay, and we'll sit tight till they get to their room, and then you're all excused too. We'll probably try to start about 1:45. Let's try to get back here at 1:45 for the citizens, okay? Okay, see you then. State versus Martice Fuller.
State appears by Mike Gravely and Angelina Gabrielle of the Kenosha District Attorney's Office.
Martice Fuller appears in person with Jillian Scheidegger and Carl Johnson.
Okay, we had a discussion about, the issue that was raised before we broke for lunch is about a prior stipulation that the parties entered regarding a statement by Mr. Fuller, correct? So you want to put it on the record. I think it's on the record earlier in this case, but let's have it very clear today.
So, counsel will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that our stipulation is that we are both in possession of a transcript of Detective Dietz' interview with the defendant. And the stipulation is that no information provided after page 16 of that transcript where Mr. Fuller brings up the issue of whether he should possibly have a lawyer, that no information after that will be talked about by Detective Dietz. So we will cease any questioning about any information that happens after that request or discussion by
Any statements after that?
Correct.
There might be information not gleaned from that statement, right? I mean,
Well, Detective Dietz will testify to no other material that occurs after page 16.
okay, okay.
Is that true, counsel?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so then is Detective Dietz your next witness?
He is not. We're going to have, call one civilian witness first, but Detective Dietz has been apprised directly of that, so he's aware.
Connie?
And so whenever the court is ready, we have a civilian witness who's in the hall and ready.
Okay, we're all set. They're getting the jury now.
Okay. Is this?
Why did you ask me about pens?
Okay.
I was gonna find. Because it's
What?
That's right, Mark likes to polish them.
Yeah, and they're identical.
He's got his electric, you got your electric sharpener here, don't you? No, Mark, he's got his electric sharpener? Oh, there is one here, though. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's stand. Again, Mr. Gravely, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Melinda Bowens to the stand.
Ms. Bowens, step up here, please. Step right over here, ma'am. Okay? Please raise your right hand, come closer. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can take your mask off to testify, and if you'll sit close to this microphone so that they hear you. Have a seat. Okay, Mr. Gravely.
Ms. Bowens, can you state your first and your last name and spell both your names for the record, please?
Melinda Bowens, Melinda Bowens.
And Ms. Bowens, back in the time period of May 9th, 2019, did you live in Kenosha?
I did.
Did you live in the area of 32nd Avenue?
I did.
And who resided with you on an everyday basis back on the time period of May 9th, 2019?
May 9th would have been my twin boys, Kyle and Nathaniel Bowens, along with Travion Bowens.
And at that time, so I'm asking you to think back to then, May 9th, 2019, how old would your twins, Kyle and Nathaniel or Nate, have been?
They would have been 18.
And what about Travion?
11.
11? Okay. And at some point in the months just before that or weeks just before May 9th, 2019, did someone request that somebody else be able to periodically stay at your house?
Yes.
And who made that request initially? So who first came to you with an idea that somebody else would stay at your house sometimes?
Nate Bowens.
And was and who was he requesting spend some time at your house?
Martice Fuller.
Is that a person you already knew?
I knew of him through football and other activities.
Okay. Had you known him personally?
No.
Okay. But he was somebody who was associated with your son Nate?
Yes.
And is the person who ended up you coming to know a little bit, Martice Fuller, is that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
For purposes of the record, Ms. Bowens, can you point out where that individual, Martice Fuller, is today and what he is wearing today?
He's sitting right there with a black tuxedo suit.
What color is his mask, if he has one?
Black.
I'd ask the record reflect identification.
So ordered.
Ms. Bowens, did you agree to allow the defendant to spend some time at your house?
Yes.
And did you have conversations with his parents or family in the context of doing that?
After he started staying with us, I requested to speak with his father.
And did you ultimately do that?
I did. His father came to pick him up, and I went out to meet him at his vehicle to have a conversation.
Okay. So I don't want to know, I don't need to know everything the father told you. I'm just asking, what was your understanding of the defendant's situation in April and May of 2019? Was he homeless? Was he just refusing to live with his family? What was going on as best you could tell?
He was not allowed in the home, and he was unable to return, so he was sleeping outside.
Okay. And did you know why he was unable to return? Were there some specific things that were expected of him that he was not willing to, if you know?
Objection, it calls for hearsay.
Yeah, I apologize. I did not need to, can I ask a new question?
Yes.
I withdraw the question.
Yes, thank you.
Was your understanding that that this would be a permanent situation, or that he would have to do some things to be able to be back in his home?
Again, it calls for the specifics of what others would have had to have told her.
I think she has a right to testify about what she knew based on him staying in her house and why he was in her house. So I'll let her answer that without quoting anybody.
My understanding was that he was unwelcome in the home currently, and it was due to negative interactions within the home. That was my only understanding.
Okay, yeah, and we don't want you to tell us exactly what people said. All right, thank you. So, Ms. Bowens, based on the information you were receiving, how often was the defendant at your home? Was he there every day or just periodically? What in general was the pattern, if there was one?
Every day.
And this was for a matter of some weeks. Is that true?
Yes.
But it was not several months. It started at sometime in April and then proceeded in. I apologize. Go ahead.
Correct. It was supposed to snow on Easter, and he was said to be being forced to sleep outside. So I told him that he could stay, and then I spoke to his father after that.
Now, at some point, did you have an interaction with the defendant and his father at your home where you talked about how no gun would be allowed in your home?
I never was physically in the presence of his father with that conversation, but it was over the phone.
And did you speak, though, to the defendant and tell him no gun would be allowed in your home?
Yes, along with my sons.
All right. And after the time you had that conversation, was the defendant ever back in your home after he had been told he could not be in your home if he had a gun?
He was in my home after that, after my sons had a conversation with him about there not being a gun.
Well, do you recall speaking to members of the district attorney's office about this subject in our office at one time?
Yes, the conversation with his father over the phone occurred on Monday, May 6th.
Yeah.
He was not in my home after that.
Okay. So the conversation about the gun was not directed at the defendant, it was directed at the father?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, the defendant was never at your home?
Correct.
While the defendant was at your home, did your household possess a black and silver bike?
Yes, it did.
And if I showed you a particular bike, do you think you would recognize it and be able to tell me if that was a bike from your household?
Yes, I would.
Well, I intend to wheel a bike into your presence then, let you tell me. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 101. I'll bring it over by you if you need to make a closer inspection. I'm sure we can accommodate that. But based on your look at that, do you recognize that bike?
Yes, I do.
And where do you recognize that bike from?
My garage.
So this is a bike that was at your household in April into May, at sometime in May of 2019?
Yes, it was not there in May. He took it 2 weeks prior.
When you say he, who took the bike from your household 2 weeks prior?
Martice Fuller.
And when you say 2 weeks prior, do you know precisely what date you're speaking of?
I do not. My twins were at school. He requested to use a bike from my son to go to his grandmother's house, and I opened the garage for him to take a bike.
And was that in May or in April of 2019, if you know?
April.
Okay. So sometime in April, the person you've identified here in court, the defendant, asked you if he could borrow a bike, and this is the very bike, Exhibit 101 is the bike he borrowed?
Yes.
And you saw him leave your garage with this very bike?
Yes.
And after he left, having borrowed that bike, did you ever see this bike again until today?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Johnson?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions for this witness.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You're all through. Thank you very much. I know.
State calls Detective Peter Dietzman.
You know, don't you notice that? What? Well, I get home at 5:45. It's like my night's gone. I get home at 5 otherwise. I mean, I like it, but it takes time out of your life. Like my 10-minute walk. Detective Dietz, would you come up this way? Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can take your mask off and stay close to that mic. Mr. Gravely.
Detective Dietz, can you state your first and last name for the record? Please spell your last name.
My first name is Pete. My last name is Dietz, D-E-A-T-E-S.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
I've been with the department about 18 years or so,
And how long have you been a detective?
since 2011.
Pursuant to your duties as a detective, on the date of May 10th, 2019, did you have occasion to be involved in an interview with an individual you knew to be named Martice Fuller?
I did.
And prior to that interview, did you already know Martice Fuller in another capacity?
Yes.
And very briefly, what was that capacity?
I coached football at Bradford High School, where he was a player on the football team.
Pursuant to your duties as a police detective, in the early morning hours of May 10th, did you speak to the defendant, Martice Fuller, regarding his whereabouts on the 9th?
Yes.
And is the person that you knew as Martice Fuller and you spoke to on that date, May 10th, is that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, Detective Dietz, could you point out where the defendant Martice Fuller is today and what he's wearing today?
Sitting over here at this table in the middle with the suit on.
What color is his mask?
Black mask.
I'd ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
So ordered.
Detective Dietz, when you spoke to the defendant, what did he tell you about where he had spent the night before the day of May 9th? So where had he spent that night?
At his friend Lexi's house.
And did you ultimately figure out that that was Alexis Fertney?
Correct.
And did then the defendant indicate to you about what time he was woken up or woke up at Alexis Fertney's home now on May 9th, 2019?
I believe he said she woke him up around noon.
And at that time, what did he do?
I believe he said he walked home from there and he was either going to take a nap or he did take a nap and then...
So let me stop you. Walked home would be to whose house?
He said to where his mom lived.
Okay, and did you find out, do you know ultimately where that was?
Yes, it's in Meadowood Apartments.
Okay, so he said he walked from Alexis Fertney.
Meadowood? You're welcome.
Got it? Okay, so he said he walked from Alexis Fertney's home to that location?
Correct.
And did he indicate what happened when he arrived at his mother's home?
I believe he said his mother was home and they get into it from time to time, so he was just going to go hang out in his room.
Did he indicate what he did when he got home?
I know he said he took a nap. I don't know if it was right then that he took a nap or not.
Did he indicate that his mother did know he was home, though? She was aware he was home?
Yes.
All right. And after he took a nap, did he tell you about what time, having taken a nap at his mother's home, about what time did he wake up?
I think he thought, or he originally said around 2, and then I think later he said maybe it was around 3 or 3:30ish.
And did he indicate to you what he did next?
He said he went to the area around UW Parkside he took a walk.
Did he indicate if he was with, or was he by himself or with others?
He said he was by himself and that at one point he sat on a bench somewhere around the campus.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Johnson?
Your Honor, I don't have questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're done. Okay, Brian, they took off dangerous weapon. There's a thing under here that's about dangerous weapon. Dangerous weapon, okay? But otherwise, great.
It's not even turned on.
Okay, Mr. Gravely?
The state calls Natalie Fischer, Your Honor.
Is it Fisher or Misher?
Fischer.
With an F, okay.
With an F.
Thank you.
And an SCH.
Ms. Fisher, please come this way. And then you're coming up the steps over here.
Thank you.
Hey there. You can take off your mask. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Ms. Fisher, can you just state your first name and your last name and spell your last name?
Natalie Fischer. Natalie. Fischer.
And Ms. Fisher, how are you employed?
I'm employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Milwaukee in the DNA unit.
And what do you do as part of the DNA unit of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I'm a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which means that I analyze evidence that comes into the laboratory. I screen it for biological fluids or biological materials. I separate DNA from these items. I determine how much DNA is there. I look at DNA profiles if they're developed from these items. Then I compare to known standards and issue a report on my findings.
And when you say known standards, what do you mean?
We collect or we request that standards are submitted from each individual person so that I can compare a known individual's DNA to unknown DNA that is developed from the evidentiary items.
Okay. So if you wanted to see if my DNA was on this water bottle, you would ask someone to perhaps swab my cheek for a sample of my DNA. You would analyze that and then compare it to whatever DNA you might find on the water bottle.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And what training or education do you have to qualify you to perform this type of analysis?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the Pennsylvania State University in forensic science with a biology major or biology emphasis. In addition, each year I also attend at least 8 hours of continuing education to keep up with the ever-changing scientific community.
And how long have you been a DNA analyst?
I've been employed with the state of Wisconsin since the May of 2016.
And were you employed elsewhere before then?
This was my first job after graduating from the Pennsylvania State University.
So is analyzing DNA or attempting to find DNA on items of evidentiary value something you do every day at the job?
Yes, this is a routine part of my job.
And how many items would you say you've analyzed over the course of the last 5 years?
I would say I've analyzed about 800 pieces of evidence over the last 5 years or so.
And do you always find DNA on those items of evidence?
This depends on the type of item that I'm looking at. So if I'm looking at an item where I know or I can test and see that there's blood there, or a
biological fluid from your body, such as blood, saliva, semen, here I would expect there to be DNA present, which is why we ask for a buccal swab or a swab from the inside of a cheek from a person to be a known standard. We would expect to find their DNA there. Other items of evidence that we refer to as touch items. These items are, such as was described, touching a water bottle. Sometimes I wouldn't expect there to be DNA there, but it is possible, and this depends on certain factors. So with touch items, it depends on how long an item is touched and what kind of pressure is applied. Also, what surface type. So if I'm touching the item multiple times over a series of minutes, and it's a hard pressure with a textured surface, this would be more likely to slough off your DNA or your skin cells, and I would be more likely to find DNA on this item. Whereas if I'm going to touch an item in passing, such as signing with a pen at not your own home, and it's a smooth surface, I wouldn't expect to find as much DNA present on this kind of item that is attributable to one single person.
And so, Ms. Fischer, I think everyone has an idea in their minds of what DNA is from maybe what they've seen on TV or what they've read in the paper, but can you tell us from your perspective as a scientific person, what is DNA?
DNA is the genetic blueprint of the human body. It's what makes you, me, a human. It's inherited half from your mom and half from your dad. So all of your DNA is unique to you. It's different from your brother, it's different from your sister. It's a random assortment of information that's pulled from your mom and your dad. So I look at this and I can identify you as yourself.
And so you mentioned blood, saliva, and semen. Each person has their own unique DNA in each of those three bodily substances or bodily fluids?
That is correct. The person's DNA is also found in your skin cells, on your hands, your shoulders, your legs, even in parts of your hair.
And that's what you refer to as the touch DNA?
Correct.
Okay. So, in this case, were you involved in case number R19-1954 involving Kaylee and Stephanie Juga?
Yes, I was.
And did you examine items that were submitted by the police department?
I did.
And do you recall that you examined swabs from an unfired bullet?
I did examine this item. And so when did the police department deliver this unfired bullet to you? I received swabs of an unfired bullet.
Okay. And do you know where the swabs came from?
When items are submitted to the laboratory, we get the description of where they came from. So in this case, all I received were swabs. Therefore, the description of them tells me where they came from. So I'm relying on the police department to collect and be honest with the collection method of where these swabs came from.
Okay. So you received swabs, and were they packaged in a particular manner?
They were packaged in a manila envelope, sealed with evidence tape with initials and date on them, which is the typical sealing and proper sealing for an item of evidence.
And what did you do with these swabs from the unfired bullet?
When I receive swabs as a piece of evidence, I remove, these are cotton-tipped swabs, and you can think of it like a Q-tip or a big Q-tip. And so I separated the cotton swab portion of the applicator from the applicator, took a look at it to see if there was any staining on it. After that, I placed it in a tube that we call an extraction tube, and then I proceed with my process that will remove the DNA off of this cotton-tipped swab if there is DNA present, and then move it through the processes so that I can analyze it.
And as you did your analysis of the swabs from the unfired bullet, what did you find anything of value?
So after the extraction method and after we get DNA into a form that we can work with, which is in a liquid form, it goes through a process called quantitation. So basically it's saying how much, if any, DNA is present. And during this process, it was noted that there was DNA present, but it was at a very low level amount of DNA. So you can think of this like baking. When you look at a recipe, you need a certain amount of flour in order for your cake to turn out like a cake. I need a certain amount of DNA to be present in order for my DNA profile to look like a DNA profile. And at this point, when I found, at this point in my examination, there wasn't enough DNA present to reach our threshold of the amount of DNA we needed in order to move forward with the process. Just like if you didn't have enough flour, you'd stop making a cake.
And did this surprise you?
This type of result was not surprising on this type of evidence. The Wisconsin State Crime Lab has done multiple studies on these so-called touch items, and only about 20% of touch items that come into the crime lab do have DNA present on them, and even fewer have our above our threshold amount of DNA present in order to create a DNA profile that's usable.
So when considering an unfired bullet, what is it about the unfired bullet that made it such that DNA was not present in a sufficient quantity? Is there anything about the unfired bullet itself?
So I did not see this particular bullet, but from my experience, bullets usually have a smooth surface. Smooth surfaces don't collect DNA as well as textured surfaces do, so this could play into a factor of why there was such limited DNA present. Also, you have very limited, when you're loading a gun, you have very limited contact with a bullet. So if that was loaded into a gun or simply found somewhere else, it's not something that you handle as often. So amount of time contacting the item, the pressure of the surface of the item, as well as possibly environmental factors. And environmental factors meaning, was this item exposed to sunlight? Sunlight will degrade DNA. Was this item put into water or snow, which is water and will wash away the DNA? Was this item left in, let's say, a fridge or a freezer? The cold will preserve the DNA. So all of these factors lead into why I'm saying I wouldn't expect, or this is a typical explanation of why there is DNA present, but there's such limited DNA present.
It's been entered, but we all brought it back when we categorically viewed it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, she can get her own gloves.
Ms. Fischer, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 85. And I am cutting it open because it has been sealed with evidence tape. And I'm going to ask if you could put on gloves and just examine what is inside the box for Exhibit 85. Oh, you're okay. Okay. I guess I can go this way.
Within the box appears to be one unfired bullet.
So looking at the surface of that bullet, could you describe it to the jury?
The body of the bullet is smooth, and the stamp of the bullet is very, very finely textured.
And so in looking at that bullet, would you expect to find a sufficient quantity of DNA for further testing based on what you just described?
I would not.
Okay, thank you.
You want to seal it?
Yeah.
Ms. Williams, excuse me, Ms. Fischer, did you also examine a handgun?
I did not receive a handgun in this case.
Okay. Did you receive swabs from a handgun?
I received a set of swabs from a handgun in this case.
And do you know what areas of the handgun the swabs were taken from?
I received 3 sets of swabs, one from the grip, the tang, and the slide, a second set of swabs from the trigger and trigger guard, and a third set of swabs from the magazine.
Okay. And what is the tang?
It's a portion of the handgun. Believe it's on the upper back part. I'm not a firearms examiner,
okay.
So usually I don't have these down pat.
And so when you received these swabs, were they packaged according to protocol?
Yes, they were packaged in a manila envelope, sealed with evidence tape with initials and date, and labeled.
And did you analyze those swabs to determine whether there was any DNA present?
Yes, I analyzed these in the same manner that I analyzed the swabs from the unfired bullet.
And what did your examination reveal?
After the extraction step, where I separated any DNA, if it's present, from the cotton-tipped swab, I then put it through the quantitation step to determine how much DNA is present, and my quantitation method showed me that there was no DNA detected on these swabs.
Okay. Now, you've examined firearms before where you have found DNA, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if this handgun, before it was swabbed, had been out in the elements, outside, exposed to the weather, to wetness, and to friction perhaps from other nearby items for a series of days, would you expect to find DNA on that item?
So as you described, if an item is exposed to water, that will wash away DNA. If an item is left out in the elements and exposed to sunlight or to additional rainfall, that will also impact how much DNA is present. So using these situational pieces, I would expect to find very limited amount of DNA or no DNA at all on an item.
She didn't see it, so.
But just to say, if this is where it was found. Ms. Fischer, I'm going to show you a series of pictures, and I would like you to tell us after you see the pictures if the handgun whose swabs you examined had been stored and then discovered in the condition observed in these photos, if you would expect to find any DNA, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So, State's Exhibit 39, please. Oh, actually, can you go to 38 first? I'm sorry. So Exhibit 38 is a photo of a storm drain sewer type area, correct?
Correct.
And you can see there is a a lot of black at the bottom.
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 39 is a photo of a black bag, black plastic bag, tied at the bottom of the drain, correct?
That is what it appears as.
Can we make it darker or something?
Can you, darker in the room?
Yes, I think that will help make the contrast.
The switches are right behind you or by Heather.
Does that assist the jury? Yes, okay.
Thank
Maybe
you.
we want to go back to the other one too.
Okay. To 38, please.
Is the bag in this picture?
It would appear that way.
Can we laser point that?
Oh, it is up there.
Can't see on or off.
I can do it.
Okay, you can see on or off? Mm-hmm. I can't read it.
There we go.
Sunburst one, yeah, there you go.
That's the plastic bag you observe also?
That is what I see, yes.
Okay. And then forward to 39. And here too is the plastic bag?
Correct.
Okay. Then Exhibit 40, please. So, Ms. Fisher, this is, Exhibit 40 is a photo of what is found inside the black plastic bag, which is a diaper.
Okay.
And do you see in this photo that the gel of the diaper seems to have kind of come out due to saturation?
Is that on almost the left side of the picture? Left, lower left there? As is up on the screen?
I'll show you the photo because it's a little easier to see on the photo. I see it here and also here.
That is what I see, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then Exhibit 41. I'm sorry, Exhibit 41. And so inside the saturated diaper is this handgun, which appears to be wet, would you say?
It would appear that way, yes.
And in fact, the paper bag, the paper bag underneath it is wet. Let's assume from the dripping from the gun?
It would appear that way, yes.
Okay. So based on these photos, if the handgun, the swabs from the handgun that you examined did not contain DNA, would you be surprised based on what you've now seen?
Looking at this and seeing that this item was wet and packaged and left out to the elements for an unknown amount of days, I am not surprised with the results of the not finding DNA on the swabs of this gun.
As it relates to the unfired bullet where you found some DNA but not enough to do a comparison, that could be Martice Fuller's DNA, could be someone else's DNA, correct?
That is correct. I have drawn no conclusions to the DNA that I found on the unfired bullet. I can only say that there is DNA present on the unfired bullet.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Just to be very clear, you have absolutely no idea whose DNA is on that unfired bullet, right?
That is correct. I made no comparisons and I cannot make any conclusions with the DNA that is found on the unfired bullet.
So I just want to go back a little bit to, I guess, how you come into possession of the items for testing. So you receive basically a Q-tip, right? From law enforcement, you receive this Q-tip that's all packaged up and everything, right?
In this scenario, I received Q-tips that were packaged up by law enforcement, yes.
And I'm going to do this at a very basic level. I understand there's maybe more steps involved. But essentially, before a swab is sent to you to be examined, someone, whether it's law enforcement or maybe someone working at their behest, basically takes that swab and rubs it over the item they think may contain DNA, right?
Correct. When the swabs are submitted to us, we are under the assumption that they were tested from the item, that they are labeled as such, and that these swabs were swabbed from wherever is said on the packaging.
And I guess what I'm getting at is that in order for an item to be swabbed for DNA, it's take this Q-tip and rub it over the item that you believe may contain DNA, right?
Correct. We use a semi-damp or damp and dry cotton-tipped swab, rub it over the area. This will rough up that textured area, and any skin cells that are present on the item should be removed from the item and transferred on to the cotton-tipped swab. Therefore, then that is brought into the lab, and that is what I examine.
What you examine depends on what you're provided from law enforcement, right?
That is correct.
In this case, you did not receive any swabs from law enforcement that were taken from the doorknob to the garage door at the Juga home, right?
I did not examine that item.
You did not receive any other swabs other than the swabs from the unfired bullet and the pistol, right?
I examined the swabs from the unfired bullet, the swabs from the pistol, and then I also examined a buccal swab from Mr. Martice Fuller.
But no other swabs, right?
Correct.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Do you know if other items were submitted to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for fingerprint testing on this case?
I am not aware, and I am not a fingerprint examiner. So typically I take a look at the DNA items, and my main focus is the DNA items.
Okay, nothing further.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fischer. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Can we have a brief side note? So Dontrell, ready? Your Honor, the state is going to call Dontrell Seymour to the stand.
Okay.
It's yours.
And we gotta remember when they come, when those other people come up, we need those bigger gloves for bigger people. They're on his, you don't have to get them now. No, they're just on that table.
Do you have copies of these?
Mr. Seymour?
Contacts?
Come on up toward me.
Reports or not? So if he doesn't remember them, do you want me to show
Run all the
him?
way up here. Go on. Then you're gonna jump up those steps and come up with your leg. You
Yep.
solemnly swear that
That's what I'm
testimony
talking
you're
about.
about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Talk loud enough so they can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now take off the mask. You're gonna take it all the way off. Yeah, you don't have to have it on. Okay, have a seat. And I want you to speak real clearly and slowly into this microphone, okay? Because they're trying to take it all down. Okay, Mr. Gravely, is it? Okay.
Mr. Seymour, can you state your first and your last name, and can you spell both your names for the record?
Dontrell Seymour, Dontrell Seymour, Seymour.
Mr. Seymour, how old are you today?
29.
29?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever been convicted of a crime?
2.
The answer is yes?
Yes.
How many times?
2.
Mr. Seymour, are you related to a person you know to be named Martice Fuller?
Yes.
And is the person you know to be Martice Fuller here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, Mr. Seymour, could you point out the person you know to be Martice Fuller and say what he's wearing today? Like, what color mask is he wearing?
Black and the black t-shirt, jacket, and the black t-shirt.
I'd ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
Court will order identification. Okay?
How is the defendant related to you?
Yes.
How are you related?
First cousin.
First cousins? Okay. So, Dontrell Seymour, Mr. Seymour, who is your mom?
Tina Heron.
Okay. And back in May of 2019, what city did your mom, Tina Heron, live in?
Racine.
What about yourself? Back in May of 2019, what city were you living in?
Canoes.
Okay. Now, on May 9th, 2019, did the person you've identified as the defendant, did that person get in touch with you?
Repeat it again, sir.
Yeah. On May 9th, 2019, did the defendant get in touch with you?
Yes, sir.
And how did he reach you? How did he get in touch with you?
Phone, media, Facebook.
Facebook? Okay. And would I be correct that his first contact with you on May 9th, 2019 was a connection over Facebook that said, and when you say Facebook, you mean Facebook Messenger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Call.
Did he say?
Wait, he wasn't finished.
I apologize.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
He right.
I'm right? Okay. Did he say, where granddaddy, I need him to come get me, and then call me? Was that the first he was in touch with you that day?
Yeah.
And was that at 3:17 p.m.?
I don't know exact time, but it was that day.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 32. So, Mr. Seymour, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 32.
Johnny, lights.
And ask you at the very top of that, do you see that it says Thursday? Oh, come on down, please. Bring it down. Thursday, 3:17 p.m. You see that on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, you gotta say yes or no.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll give you a copy that you can look at as well. So you don't have to. Okay. So did I get the words right? At 3:17 p.m., the defendant is reaching out to you and on Facebook Messenger saying, "Where Granddaddy? I needed to come get me. Call me."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then did you miss his call?
Yeah.
3:28 p.m.
Yeah, connection.
Okay. And then did you end up calling him back?
He had reached me.
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying.
I said he reached me.
And the court reporter's having trouble.
I'm sorry.
Slow down. Go ahead now. What was your question?
My question was, did you call him back?
We got contact. So I don't remember who called.
Did you respond to him by saying WYA?
Yeah, I said, where you at? Yeah, I said, where you at? Yeah.
Speak really.
I said, yes.
And WYA stands for what?
Where you at?
Where you at? Okay. And then, were you provided a phone number? Is that the defendant giving you a phone number where he's at?
That's the number to call.
Yep. And then, was there a call that says it was 1 minute and 47 seconds?
Yeah, the call dropped kinda. It was kinda staticky and stuff, so it dropped.
Okay. And then eventually, did you tell the defendant, delete your inbox about all that? Did you tell him that?
Yeah, I told him to delete that because it was some other stuff prior to that.
What?
It was some other stuff involving that.
So from there, did you guys continue to have contact where Martice told you, I'm on my way, and essentially you guys were agreeing that he would meet you at 22nd Avenue?
Yeah, I told him to meet me at my auntie's house on 22nd.
Okay, and what is your auntie's name who was living on 22nd?
Tanisha Fuller.
Hey, can you spell Tanisha for the record?
Tanisha Fuller.
Yeah, can you spell the name Tanisha for the record?
Teniasha.
Thank you. At 4:06 p.m., I'm sorry, at 4:05 p.m., did Martice contact you and tell you unlock the back door?
Yeah, we was at Nisha. Yeah, we was at my auntie's house.
Okay, and were you told by Martice, again by Facebook Messenger, unlock the back door?
Yeah, he opened the door. Oh yeah, I opened the door.
No, he's asking.
I said, yeah.
And did you do that? Did you unlock the back door?
Yeah, it was already unlocked.
Okay. And at that time, did Martice enter your auntie's house on 22nd Avenue?
Yeah.
Okay. And ultimately, after you got to your auntie's house at 22nd Avenue, did you end up leaving with Martice to go somewhere else a little later?
Yeah, I was waiting on my ride so I can get picked up to go to my mom's.
And your mom lived again in Racine?
Yeah.
And what was your mom's name? What is your mom's name? I apologize.
Tina Heron.
Okay. So who was your ride?
My baby mother, Michaela.
Michaela?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, could you spell Michaela for the record?
Makayla.
And did Michaela come and pick you up?
Yeah.
And did she pick you up at 22nd Avenue?
Yep, at my aunt's house.
So who left your aunt's house at 22nd Avenue with you? Tell me everybody who was in the car.
Me, her, and Martice.
Martice, the defendant?
Yeah.
And where did you go from that location?
To my mom's. Racine.
To Racine. All right. When you were going to Racine, what, if anything, did the defendant, Martice Fuller, have with him? Did he have any bags? Did he have anything with him that you remember?
Just a backpack. That's it.
Backpack?
Yeah.
Other than that, he had nothing else that you could see?
Yeah, except from the backpack.
And could you tell that the defendant, Martice Fuller, was concerned or worried about something? Was he upset?
I couldn't think of it, nothing extra like that, but it was like, I thought he got into an altercation, so I just like come ride me to my mom, so.
I didn't understand.
No, I said, yeah, it seemed like it was a little altercation, but I was just not thinking of it. It says ride me to my mom's, I'm going to my mom's anyway, so.
Okay, were you able to get that?
I say it seemed like an altercation, but.
She got it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just making sure she got it. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Seymour. Okay, at one point, while you were conversing with the defendant, did he say something to you where it appeared a female was involved? Did he say some words to you about that?
No, not I like remember too much of the conversation, but no.
Well, did you tell law enforcement at one point that the defendant told you over the phone that he had done something and she gone?
Yeah.
Okay. When did that happen? When did he tell you, I did something and she gone?
I think it was away on. I think it was kind of on the way to my mom's house.
In the car?
Yeah, but I didn't think what it was until I got there.
Okay. So you end up at your mom's house. So who, when you get to your mom's house, who's over there? Who's at your mom's house?
The normal people, normal family. Okay. My sister, the kids, my mom, her husband.
And does Martice come inside?
Both of us.
What?
Both of us go in.
Both of you? What about Michaela, if you remember?
No, she just dropped me off.
Okay. So when the two of you go in, is there a time when you're at the house of your mom's where now you become very concerned?
No, I just got to my mom's house, just was, we was chilling.
Okay.
Kick back.
While you were there, did something happen?
Yeah, the news came on.
The news came on?
Yeah.
Okay, are you talking about TV news?
Yeah, the news came on as we was just just chilling for a while, then the news came on.
And when the news came on, in general, why did that change anything?
His face was on it.
Got it. Okay. So after you saw the face of the defendant on the news, what happened next?
My mom got to tripping.
Your mom got to tripping?
Yeah, she got to acting crazy. My mother got to tripping.
Acting crazy?
Yeah.
Okay. So what did she do?
She started to put him out.
Started to put him out?
Martice out.
Okay. Then what happened?
And then she told me he had I got to get him from around here and stuff like that because he rode me up there and stuff like that. So I was just basically trying to get him away from my mother's house, and that's how he ended up at Aunt Shanice's house.
Okay. So he ended up at Aunt Shanice. Is that Aunt Shanice Andrews?
Yeah.
And are you the one who talked to Aunt Shanice about the fact that he would be over there?
I called her and asked her could he come there because I was trying to get to his father so I could tell him what's going on.
Okay, so your mom didn't want him at her house anymore, and you were calling Aunt Shanice to say, hey, can he come to your house for a little while?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay, so who left your mom's house?
Both of us.
Meaning you and the defendant?
Yeah, me and Martice left.
Okay, and how were you going to get over to Aunt Shanice's house?
Walking.
Walk? Okay, and so did the two of you start walking over there?
Yes.
While you were walking, did you end up being handed something?
Yes.
Who handed you something?
Martice.
And what did Martice, the defendant, hand you?
The weapon.
Weapon?
The gun.
How do you know it was the gun?
It's heavy.
Did he tell you?
Pretty much, yeah. But it's just noticeable.
Okay. How was the gun? What was the gun in, or how was it? How
it was just in the black bag.
Wait, okay.
A black
You
bag.
both talk at the same time.
I'm sorry, it was in the black bag.
Let him finish his question, then you're going to answer. Okay. Repeat your question.
How was the gun packaged up? You tell me.
A black bag.
So I'm going to bring you what the jury has previously seen, and it's Exhibit 39. So I'm just going to ask you, if you look at this, can you see a bag that's located, looks like in a sewer in 39? Can you see that?
Answer in the microphone.
Yes.
Is that a bag you recognize?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Where do you recognize that bag from?
Mom, I got handed to me.
That's the one that had the gun in it?
Yes. Yeah.
And is that the actual bag that you were handed by Martice?
Yes.
So how did that bag get into the sewer that is in the picture in 39?
Put it in there put it in there on the way to Anthony's house.
Who put it in there?
Well, he suggested me, so I threw it in there. Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to help, so I threw it in there.
So if I understood you correctly, he suggested it, but you threw it in there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is this picture, is that an accurate look at how that bag looked when you threw it in the sewer?
Yes, I guess.
Now, over at your mom's house, were there some kids who were still using diapers?
Yeah, little ones. Well, probably I don't know. If they was then.
Now, Mr. Seymour, when law enforcement first came to talk to you about this case, it was a few days after the incident, right?
Yes, sir.
And they brought you down to the police station, right?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you a bunch of questions about any contacts you had had with Martice Fuller on the day of this murder, didn't they?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you lied to the officers in several ways when you spoke to them that first day?
Yes, sir.
And you lied to them about whether you had seen Martice, right?
No, I didn't lie about seeing it, but I lied about it. I lied.
You lied about taking him to Racine or any of those things, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so please explain to the jury why, when they first talked to you about this case, why did you choose to lie to the police about what you knew about this case? Why did you lie to them at first?
First of all, I was scared, and then I didn't know what was all going on. It was just crazy, and I was scared, basically.
It didn't understand.
I said I was scared, and the way they was coming at me, so it wasn't a way for me to explain anything, so they were just coming at me, and so the first thing I was just denying everything, lying. So.
Okay. And then eventually did the officers begin to show you like stuff from Facebook? Did they start showing you some of the contacts, just like I did a moment ago?
Yeah, they started showing me stuff, but that's when they started showing me stuff, then I could start talking. Then they'll let me talk then, so.
Okay. And you got more of a chance to talk then as well?
Yeah.
Okay. What, if anything, can you say about whether you were concerned about talking about your cousin in this way? Was that a hard thing or no?
No, not too much. It's just a hard situation, so it's just unbelievable to me. So that's why I was most scared. I was scared to tell them my own cousin, tell the truth. Tell the truth.
So at some point, did the officers seem to believe that you would know where the gun was? Did they seem to think you knew where it might be?
Yeah.
And did you give them some directions on how to find the gun?
Yeah.
But they couldn't find it just based on your directions, could they?
Yeah.
Did they then ask you if you would go with them?
Yeah.
And did you agree to do that?
Yeah.
So they drove you in a car, didn't they?
Yeah.
And when they drove you, did you take those officers to that location?
Yes, sir.
So you actually, I showed you Exhibit 39. You actually took the officers and you pointed out where that gun was in Exhibit 39. You showed them the actual drain, didn't you?
Yeah, it was only one on the street.
Only one, yeah. And after you showed the officers in person, you saw them pull it out of there, didn't you?
Yeah, I watched.
And at that point, the officers seemed like they were pretty much done, weren't they? They're pretty much done talking to you because you showed them where the gun was.
Yeah.
But then you decided to tell them one more thing about the gun, because originally you told them that the defendant had thrown that gun in the sewer. That's what you told them originally, right?
Yeah.
But then you decided to finally tell him something else, didn't you? That he didn't throw it in the sewer, that somebody else threw it in the sewer, didn't you?
We both was together, so it was crazy. We both was together, so
okay.
He handed it to me and I put it in there. I just didn't want to tell them that I was doing it.
But eventually, at the end,
I
you said to them
I
what?
didn't freely tell them that. I told them that while I was telling them that before.
What did you tell them at the end?
I've been told them that.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
You have to be more clear.
I'm sorry.
She's really struggling to try to get what you're saying down, and we want it accurate.
Okay.
And so you've got to go slower and more clearly. And Mr. Gravely, you've got to slow down. Don't talk till he's done talking.
Okay.
Because that's a problem. Okay. So let us go back to, because, I'm talking about myself here. He handed it to me, and I didn't put it in there. I didn't want to tell him that I done it.
No,
That's the last thing
that's
we
okay.
got.
So, Mr. Seymour.
Basically, yes.
My point is, the police were basically done talking to you, and they thought the defendant had thrown it in the sewer, right?
No, they already was coming. They already basically said I did it. That's why I ended up showing them.
All right. And after you showed them, you actually are the one who offered up this extra piece that you threw it in there. You told them without them knowing that, right?
No, I ain't freely asked them. They just told me that. That's how they came in. And that's how I just went. That's how I ended up showing them because I told them. I told them I threw it in there. I didn't just freely tell them. Yeah. That's how we knew where it was.
Why did you finally make the decision to tell the police where that gun was and to tell them you had thrown it in there? What changed your mind?
Nothing really changed my mind. It's just I was scared, and I knew I was gonna have to tell them anyway. It's just I was just scared how everything was coming at me. So I eventually knew I had to tell them. So I just sucked it up and told them.
Mr. Seymour, when the defendant Martice Fuller came to 22nd Avenue to come to your auntie's, did you see him arrive? In other words, did you see how he got there?
I was standing at the back door. I just seen them hop out. I don't know. I just seen a red looking car. He
Hey,
just hop out.
Did you see who was driving it? I know you don't know the person, but did
No,
you
I was
see?
down the car was down the street. I didn't see who was driving it at all.
Nothing else.
Mr. Johnson? Slower and clear, okay?
Mr. Seymour, you talked to the police on May 14th, 2019, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? I'm
Yes,
sorry,
sir.
so you gotta speak
Yes,
out
sir.
loud. That was your first interview with the police, right?
Yeah, what's the date was?
May 14th, 2019.
Okay, yes.
You lied to the police.
Yeah, I lied.
You lied a lot to the police.
Yeah, because they was coming to me aggressive about it, everything.
So you
And they
felt
was-
that, sorry, finish.
You all right? I hear you.
You thought that the police were coming at you aggressively because they were asking you questions, right?
They was basically trying to put me involved with the whole situation, like drill me, like they scare you up and stuff like that.
And your first instinct in that circumstance was to lie. Right?
I was scared, yeah.
And so you lied continually to the police, right?
Yeah, I lied to them then, yeah. But I eventually told them the truth because I eventually told them the truth because I knew I was going to have to tell them anyway, but it's just how they was trying to make it seem like it was getting pent on me type of situation.
You told the police at one point on May 14th that you said, "I'm not lying to you, sir," and then you lied to them, right?
Yes, I guess.
You told the police, "I'm going to tell you the truth," and then you lied to them.
Yeah, but there was it's the whole, like, you trying to say I'm just lying. So I was lying to them because the way they was coming at me, and you understand what I'm trying to say, man.
So you're saying that you had, well, I guess the bottom line is, whatever your reason or motivation was, you lied to the police, right?
I lied to the police.
Objection. Hold on. This is the fourth time he said you lied to him, right? So it's been asked and answered. The confirmation is yes, he's lied to them. So I object to continuously asking the same question, even if you change a word or two.
During that interview on May 14th of 2019, you told the police that you didn't have any contact with Martice that day, right?
On the 9th?
Yes, you told the police that you did not have any contact with Martice on May 9th.
I basically denied. I denied it because they came aggressive. They was raiding my auntie's houses and everything. So they was going crazy. So I didn't want to be involved. Yes, I lied.
You told the police that you didn't know how Martice had gotten to Racine, right?
No. I told him, I took him to Racine. Because that's the only way he got to Racine was me.
Okay, so eventually you told them that, but in the beginning, you told the police you didn't know how Martice got to Racine, correct?
Yeah. He gonna keep asking me that.
You were asked about what you knew regarding a gun, and you said, "I don't know where it is," right?
Yeah, I told them I don't know what it is because it's on the 9th it happened. They investigated me 4 days after. I didn't want to be involved at all, so yes, I was scared, I was lying, but I told the truth because I even told my cousin I was going to have to tell them the truth. At the end of the day, I told them that.
Now, at some point during that interview on the 14th, you told the police that Martice threw a gun out of a car window, right?
Yeah, I told him I was just basically lying because they was basically coming at me crazy about the whole situation, but I still eventually told the truth, so
The police,
I got that part out the way, so.
the police asked you, you didn't touch that thing at all, and you said, I promise to God, nope. That was not true, right?
No.
And so that was a lie.
Yes. I didn't touch the gun, I just touched the bag. To put it in there. Exactly.
You talked to the police on a second day on May 24th of 2019, right?
I'll stipulate.
Yeah, they came a couple
he's not
times.
gonna- Hold on.
I don't remember that.
Hold on. He's not going to know the day. I'll stipulate to the day if counsel, if you're representing that. See, I'll stipulate that he spoke to him a second time on the 24th if you know that to be true.
I'll just rephrase. You spoke to the police a second time, right?
Whenever they came, yeah, I spoke to them. I spoke to them every time they came to me.
During that second interview, you also lied to the police, right?
I lied to him, period. It's just because I was scared. I lied to him, period. And then that's what made, I wasn't going to lie to him. I lied because how they came to me. I was going to tell them the truth regardless because I already know how the heat of everything was going. My family getting ready, everybody getting investigated and stuff like that. Like, I already, the heat was on. It was on eventually to come out. He was on eventually have to tell somebody something.
The two interviews that you did with the police on May 14th and May 24th, you repeatedly lied to them, correct?
Objection. We've already established that. He's asked the question. This is the sixth time.
Those are all of my questions.
Mr. Gravely, anything?
No follow-up, Judge. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're all done. Okay? Thank you for coming. Yeah. Don't forget your mask, okay? You got it? I think it's in your pocket. I think you stuffed it. Sorry. Okay. Take care. Thank you. You want any of these exhibits moved?
We do, and we'd ask that this be the logical time for the break.
Okay. Okay, we're going to let you take a little break. Leave your notebooks upside down and see you in a little bit. this is detective.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Eric Kukowski to the stand.
Detective Kukowski, come up here, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Please be seated. And there you go. And stay close to that.
Can I take my mask off?
Yes, yes. Okay, Mr. Gray.
Detective Kukowski, can you state your first and last name and spell both those names for the record, please?
Detective Eric Kukowski, it's E-R-I-C, and Kukowski is spelled K-U-K-O-W-S-K-I.
And Detective Kukowski, how are you employed?
As a detective with the City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
10 plus years.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 3.
And pursuant to your duties, sometime after May 9th, 2019, did you come to be an individual who was trying to obtain evidence in the homicide involving Kaylee Juga?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to proceed to an apartment that you believed to be the residence of Ezra Stargell pursuant to that investigation?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what date you did that?
That was on May 9th.
That was the same day as the homicide?
Yes.
And on that day, and is that address that you proceeded to 7111 104th Avenue, apartment T?
Yes, it is.
And is that in a particular apartment complex or a set of apartments?
It's apartment within the Windsong Village apartment complex.
Where is that apartment complex in relation to Aurora Medical?
It's directly to the east.
And so does it have to cross a street?
Yes, you'd have to cross 104th Avenue.
And pursuant to your investigation, did you happen to go to that residence?
Yes, I did.
And while you were at that residence, did you search for any items?
Yes.
In general, what did you search for?
Bicycle.
And was that because at that point you had information that a bicycle might be involved in the homicide of Kaylee Juga?
Yes.
And So at that residence, did you find a bicycle that you thought at least was possibly involved in that particular case?
Yes, I did.
Where did you find it in relation to 7111 104th Avenue Apartment T?
It was right outside the main door of that particular apartment.
And when you found it, did you take possession of it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked now and has already been published to the jury, so I'm going to put it up on the screen. Exhibit 33. Ask you if you recognize what that is a picture of in the context of what we've talked about so far.
Yes, that's a bike I saw outside of Ezra Stargill's apartment complex.
And is this indeed the bike you took possession of?
Yes, it is.
Now, after taking possession of that bike, did you have occasion later to look for a firearm in pursuant to this case?
Yes.
And was that in the city of Kenosha or a different location?
It was in the city of Racine.
And do you recall where it was that you finally came to a point where you found an item you thought might be a firearm?
I was near the intersection of Eaton Lane and Rapids Drive.
How were you directed to that location, if you recall?
That information came from Detective Antaramian, who was interviewing Dontrell Seymour.
And ultimately, do you recall what day that you went to that location?
Yes, it was May 14th.
On May 14th, did you find a sewer consistent with where this Dontrell Seymour had pointed out an item?
Yes, it was on the east side of Eaton Lane in front of Carlson Roofing.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked first as State's Exhibit 39. Again, these are previously published, so we're just going to put it up on the screen. And I think we may need the lights to be brought down for this to be viewable. Can you see that from where you are?
Yes.
And let me bring you 39 in this picture, just in case that assists you. Is this a view that you recognize from your trip to Racine on May 14th?
Yes, I do.
And what do you see in this picture that caused you to do something else?
There's a black plastic bag that had tied off handles on it.
Was that indeed what you were looking for based on what Dontrell Seymour finally told you guys?
He had told us there would be an object on that side of the roadway, and when I looked down the sewer grate and I saw this, I found it odd.
Do you recall who took this picture?
I did.
And what is your vantage point? Are you already partly down the ladder when you take this or no?
That's correct.
All right, so let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38, if we could keep the lights as they are. And ask you, is this also a picture of a view you saw on May 14th in Racine?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so this sewer grate, the actual cover appears to have been removed in Exhibit 38, is that right?
Yes.
Did one of you have to remove that?
Myself and Detective Kennedy removed that cover.
Was the gun in the bag visible before you removed that?
No.
So after removing that, what do you have to do to get down to where this bag is in Exhibit 38 on May 14th?
We removed the cover, then I actually had to go down into that sewer, climbing the ladder to retrieve that bag.
And we can't see the ladder in the picture?
At the bottom, you can kind of see it at the bottom of the screen.
So you literally had to climb into the sewer?
Yes,
is that correct?
that's correct.
All right. And the other picture, 39, was you taking a picture while climbing down into that sewer?
Yes.
Did you retrieve anything that we see depicted in Exhibit 38?
Yes, I retrieved the black plastic bag.
And is the laser pointer up there?
Yes.
If you
The first sunburst button is, yeah, that one.
Okay. Now we're good.
Can you just circle any item that you did recover from after you went down the ladder?
This bag.
So bringing that out, what do you remember about the bag?
It was heavier than I thought. I ended up bringing it out, and when I opened up the black plastic bag, inside of it was a diaper that had absorbed liquid, and that diaper was wrapped in clear packing tape.
So let me show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40. is this the unwrapping of the bag you've just described?
Yes.
So I see a white item that appears to be on top of the bag that appears to have been cut open. What is the white item that we're speaking of?
The white item is the diaper.
And is this before whatever the clear packing tape has been cut off it?
The packing tape was on the outside, so I actually had to cut the packing tape in order to access the diaper.
Okay. So at this point, you have not accessed the diaper, is that right? As we look at it right now?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Are you the individual opening it in this picture, or is that somebody else if you remember?
That's me.
Okay. So somebody else must be taking this picture, is that correct?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate depiction of what you had to do to open that bag and get yourself to a firearm?
Yes.
So what's the next step that occurred after you were at what's depicted in this picture? What did you do next?
I ended up coming out of the sewer with that to a car and cutting open that package.
You're literally still in the sewer at this moment?
Yes.
Okay. So you come out and you do what? I'm sorry.
There was a squad parked nearby, and I took that item to the back of a squad, and we ended up opening it up.
And did you open it using that same knife, if you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And so that meant opening the diaper up?
Cutting to open it up, yes.
Okay. And when you cut it open, what did you discover inside?
There was brown liquid in there I thought was rust, and then there was a black semi-automatic pistol.
So would it be fair to characterize the firearm as damp, as very damp?
Yes.
And that was despite the fact it was wrapped in a diaper and in a bag, and it was still very damp.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 41. What is this picture, if you recall, in the context of what we've been talking about?
That is a picture of the pistol I located within the diaper.
Is that a true and accurate representation of how that pistol looked as soon as you brought it out?
Yes.
What do you have on top of the squad there? Is that a box or a bag?
That's a bag that's laid out.
Okay, and it appears that it is now damp. Why is it damp in the context of this case, if you remember?
That is just from all the other items in that gun being there.
Okay, so is it dripping down?
Yes.
All right. Is this a accurate view, rust, damp, dirt, that in terms of the firearm as you discovered it, having cut it open in its packaging in that sewer?
Yes, that's accurate.
What did you do after getting the packaging and the gun in this condition? What did you do next?
Since I had never handled a firearm like this, a Makarov, I deferred to Detective Kennedy, who is a range officer, and gave him the weapon to make safe.
And at that point, you took no further action with the weapon?
I handed it to him, who made it safe, and then it was packaged in a bag to transport back to the police department.
And did you package it or someone else?
I did.
You did, okay. And so you brought it back to the police department using your normal packaging procedures?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96. Ask you if you recognize this item, again, in the context of what we've spoken about so far today.
Yes, I do recognize this item.
What is 96?
It is a black semi-automatic pistol.
Is that the pistol that we've been speaking about so far that you retrieved from the sewer in Racine?
Yes, it is. There's also a bag of bullets in here that was not with it.
Okay. So, for instance, that could be crime lab test bullets, so those kind of things. But the actual firearm in there is the very same firearm you recovered. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Detective Kukowski, you indicated there was a diaper. Were you able to describe or determine any of the details of that diaper? For instance, diaper size or any logo? Any of those things become apparent when you did further investigation?
Yes, it was a size 7 diaper, and it also had a blue elephant on it. A size 7 diaper, I'm sorry, and a blue elephant logo.
When the gun was found, can you indicate whether there was a magazine that was in the gun?
Yes, a magazine was seated in the firearm.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 100. Ask you if you recognize this item, again, in the context of what we've been talking about.
Yes, I do.
Where do you recognize that Exhibit 100 from?
That's the magazine that was seated in the Makarov that I found in the sewer.
And that was, when you said seated, that means it was actually engaged in the gun when you found the gun?
Yes.
So I showed you a picture earlier, but I'm just going to, as my final question, just ask you if this appears to be the actual bike that you recovered from Ezra Stargill's house. This is Exhibit 101. Does this appear to be the bike you retrieved?
Yes, it does.
Detective, when you got to see Exhibit 101, the bike, did you note that it had a fairly significant amount of mud on the bike?
Yes.
And was that of importance to you in this investigation in regards to somebody traveling through a park or traveling through wooded areas on a bike as well as part of the case?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Detective, on May 10th of 2019, you did a search in the area of 111th Avenue and 66th Street, right?
Yes, I did.
Looking for any potential evidence related to this case, right?
That's correct.
You did not locate any items at that time?
No.
You did not take pictures of any bike tracks through that area, correct?
I did not.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
I have nothing on those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Detective, thank you very much.
Your Honor, the parties, meaning both sides here, have a stipulated statement of facts that we would ask the court's permission to now read into the record.
Go ahead.
So again, this is a stipulated, meaning an agreed to statement of facts. And it's multiple pages, so I just ask people to bear with me. Detective Brennan.
Let me just, ladies and gentlemen, when they stipulate to these facts, these are facts that you must find as facts, okay?
Detective Brennan of the Kenosha Police Department indicates he was present for the beginning of a jury trial regarding defendant Martice Fuller for the crime of homicide. A jury was selected on February 14th, 2020 in Branch 6 of Kenosha County Circuit Court, with the trial then to continue on February 17th, 2020. Detective Brennan indicated he was contacted by the District Attorney's Office indicating that the defendant, Martice Fuller, had made calls from the Kenosha County Jail and had received personal visits at the Kenosha County Jail on February 14th and February 15th, 2020. The Kenosha County Jail is located at 1055th Street in the city and county of Kenosha, state of Wisconsin. Detective Brennan specifically reviewed multiple phone calls made by defendant Martice Fuller. The first call he reviewed occurred on February 14th, 2020 at approximately 5:36 p.m. after the jury was selected earlier that day. And it was a call from defendant Martice Fuller to his mother, Elise Fuller. Detective Brennan indicates Martice Fuller begins to speak to his mother about jury selection and the voir dire process, and eventually asks Elise Fuller, and this is in quotation marks, "You seen the dude, comma, Anthony Glass, question mark." Detective Brennan notes that Anthony Glass was one of the persons selected and seated as a juror in the above described homicide jury trial. Detective Brennan notes that Elise Fuller is again asked by Martice, and again this is in quotation marks, "I don't think you know him, but did you hear that juror, that Anthony Glass, question mark." Elise Fuller seems confused, and the defendant responds again, stating the specific name, Anthony Glass, the race of the juror, and where he was located in the jury panel during voir dire. After Elise Fuller indicates she does not think she knows Anthony Glass, the defendant states that Anthony is one of the jurors. The defendant then states to his mother, Elise Fuller, and this is in quotation marks, ain't, comma, ain't, with a question mark. Elise Fuller then quickly interrupts the defendant and tells him not to say anything over the phone, stating, "I know what you're getting at, but don't do that." Elise Fuller further states, "I know what you're talking about, but yeah, I'm gonna." The defendant then asks Elise Fuller, "You think you could find out?" Elise Fuller then quickly interrupts the defendant and states, "Yeah." The defendant then begins to discuss a juror he names as Melissa Garst and states that he believes that this juror was the mother of JJ. The defendant continues to bring up Melissa Garst, indicating to his mother she looks familiar to him, and eventually asks Elise Fuller to ask Dad about that. Elise tells the defendant, "Don't you talk about the jurors. I know what you're talking about, but just don't say nothing else about the jurors. Gravely is listening to all your calls." A short time later, the defendant again asks Elise, while stumbling upon his words, in quotation marks, "You remember everything I told you though, like all them?" And Elise responds, "Yeah." Detective Brennan further reviewed a phone conversation between the defendant and N period B period, whose date of birth is 7/3/03. From February 14th, 2020 occurring at 8:39 p.m. The defendant starts the conversation by speaking about the voir dire process, and then stating that he recognizes one of the jurors on his jury as JJ's mom. The defendant asks N period B period whether he knows the name of JJ's mom, and no name is offered. The defendant then asks NB whether he thinks Melissa Garst may be the name of JJ's mom. After NB responds in the affirmative, the defendant responds with excitement and says, "Bro, please, like, they record these calls. Don't say anything, bro. I'm not even gonna say it, bro. I can't even say nothing." The defendant then goes on to ask NB, this is in quotation marks, "So how does JJ feel about this?" NB states that he hung out with JJ all summer, and the defendant responds to NB that he and JJ used to be cool, but the two lost touch with each other. The defendant then asks NB if he believes JJ was against him, and NB responds, "No, no, no." The defendant states to NB, "I don't know how to put this over the phone." The defendant then states to NB, "You said that's her though." NB responds, "I'm pretty sure." The defendant then says, "Bro, could you talk to him?" NB then responds in the affirmative. The defendant states to NB that that's all he's going to say. At the end of the call, the defendant reminds MB, "Bro, and do not forget, if that's for sure it, bro, talk to him, bro, please." NB responds by saying, "I got you." The defendant then states to NB, "That's like the most I would want, you know?" Detective Brennan further reviewed the jail phone call on February 15th, 2020 at 3:15, where the defendant placed a call to Bradford employee Chanel Gross, who also is part of the coaching of the Bradford basketball team, involving the defendant's brother. The defendant begins the conversation with Mr. Gross by talking about the trial, and eventually tells Mr. Gross he has 5 of the jurors' names, but that he does not want to tell Mr. Gross too much over the phone. The defendant finally tells Mr. Gross one of the individuals on the jury is named Anthony Glass. Then he, in quotation marks, says, "But you know, I ain't going to say nothing." A few minutes later, the defendant reminds Mr. Gross, in quotation marks, "Hey, but did you hear the name I told you?" Mr. Gross pauses for a few seconds before responding in the affirmative. The defendant then asks when the next game or practice is, referring to Bradford basketball. The defendant then asks Mr. Gross, in quotation marks, "Hey, you think you could do something?" Mr. Gross responds, "What's that?" The defendant then asks Mr. Gross, "You think you could talk to Max?" Detective Brennan notes that Max G, date of birth 8/12/02, is a Bradford student and a varsity basketball player at Bradford, playing on the same team with the defendant's brother and coached by Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross responds to this question by saying to the defendant, "I'll see Max on Monday." The defendant then asks Mr. Gross if he could talk to Max and have Max talk to the defendant's brother. Detective Brennan indicates that because Max has the identical last name to juror Anthony Glass, and that he was brought up immediately after the initial mention of the name Anthony Glass, it appears that he is asking Chanel Gross to contact Max regarding this juror. Detective Brennan indicates he spoke to Chanel Gross over the phone regarding this conversation. Detective Brennan describes Mr. Gross as forthcoming over the phone, and Mr. Gross stated he knew Martice Fuller was trying to get him to contact Max so that Max could talk to juror Anthony Glass. Chanel Gross stated that is what he believed the defendant was trying to do, but that he had no intention of following through with this request, and he never spoke to Max regarding this request in any way. Detective Brennan further spoke to NB over the phone on February 16th, 2020. NB was initially hesitant to speak to Detective Brennan, but finally did admit that he's speaking with the defendant on the phone the previous Friday. NB stated he did contact JJ over the phone the following day after the phone call, but only to talk to AJ about unrelated matters. NB stated he did not talk to JJ either about his mother or the trial, like the defendant had asked him to do. Detective Kennedy of the Kenosha Police Department indicates he reviewed the audio of a visit made by the defendant on February 15, 2020, between the defendant's father, Marcus Fuller, and the defendant. Detective Kennedy indicates the defendant begins to talk to Marcus Fuller regarding the jury, and that approximately 8 minutes into the visit, the two begin to talk about reaching out to members of the jury. The defendant asks Marcus Fuller, "Did Mama tell you what I told her yesterday?" Marcus Fuller stated, "Just be cool with that. Just keep that to yourself because they don't need to know nothing." The defendant stated, "I just wanted to know whether or not Mama will be seeing them at games and stuff, and if they're going to talk to Max and the old lady she talks to, Louise." Marcus Fuller responded by saying, "I don't know if we'll be seeing her at the game, but once I see her at the game, I'll ask her more about it and I'll find out more." The defendant again brought up the boy JJ and asked if Mama still knows the name he told her because he thinks the juror is her. Marcus Fuller responded, "Yeah, just don't say nothing. Just keep it to yourself." Detective Kennedy also reviewed a visit between the defendant and his mother, Elise Fuller, on February 16, 2020, where the defendant again asked his mother about persons related to the jurors. The defendant asked his mother, referring to his brother, "So when is the defendant's brother, when is he playing that dude? Be there," referring to the juror named Glass. The defendant then asked his mother to speak to Louise, who is connected to the Glass family, if she is at the defendant's brother's game on Monday. The defendant's mother agrees. The defendant again brings up JJ, and after speaking to his mother, he reaches the conclusion he may have the wrong person, and that Melissa Garst may not be JJ's mother after all. Detective Brennan indicates he spoke with Elise Fuller regarding the phone calls and visits with her son as it regards to the jurors. Elise Fuller admitted to Detective Brennan that she did believe the defendant was asking her if she knew who Anthony Glass was, and was asking because he believed he had seen him at games and had the same last name as Max, who her other son plays basketball with. When asked what she thought the defendant was trying to do, Elise Fuller responded by saying, "Like you guys are assuming, he wants us to find out who they are, or do we know them? I assume that's what he's asking." Elise Fuller indicates she never followed through with any of the defendant's requests and stated she was never going to do that because she was not going to get herself in trouble. Elise Fuller indicates that despite her son, the defendant's request, she never planned on acting on any of these requests and never looked into the jurors and never reached out to any of them. Detective Brennan then spoke with Marcus Fuller regarding his interactions with the defendant that are described above. Marcus Fuller indicated he felt that the defendant was in fact asking about the familiarity of his family with some of the jurors, and admitted that he knew that the defendant was asking about specific people, but he was not going to do anything, even though the defendant asked him to do it. Marcus agreed that based on the context of the conversation, it looked like he was attempting to get in contact with some members of the jury. Marcus stated that he understood that he gave the defendant the impression he was going to reach out to jurors. However, he stated he had no intent to follow through with that. Marcus Fuller indicated he regretted that he never told his son, the defendant, to stop talking about the jurors. And that concludes, Judge, our stipulated statement of facts.
Thank you. Next witness.
The state calls Mr. Ernest Englund.
Mr. Englund, this, right up here by me. Come this way. Yeah, right over this way. There's a set of stairs over here. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated. And speak right into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
Thank you. Miss Gabrielle.
Mr. Englund, could you spell?
You can take off your mask.
Okay.
Oh.
Can you help me?
I got her.
Okay.
Good enough.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Englund, could you state your first and last name and spell them both for the court reporter and the jury, please?
It's Ernest Englund, ERNEST ENGLUND.
And how are you employed, Mr. Englund?
Kenosha Unified School District.
And what is your role with the Kenosha Unified School District?
I'm a high school teacher at Mary D. Bradford.
Can you ask that he speak right into the microphone?
Yeah, get a little closer
Okay.
on that. Yeah, thank you.
How long have you been a teacher, Mr. Englund?
I believe 18 years.
And have those 18 years been at Bradford High School?
Yes.
Wow. Still too young to have been my teacher. Were you working as a teacher at Bradford High School then in January of 2019?
Correct.
And did you know Kaylee Juga?
Yes.
And was she in one or more of your classes?
Yes, I had her for matter and energy.
Did you also know Martice Fuller?
Yes.
And how did you know Martice Fuller?
He was also in matter and energy.
Was he in that class at the same time as Kaylee Juga?
Yes, they were both in this, same period.
And do you see Martice Fuller present in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you just describe what he is wearing, please?
Black sports coat.
And what color mask?
Black.
And the record will reflect identification of Mr. Fuller.
Thank you. Was there an incident in class on January 17th, 2019 that you remember observing?
Yes.
Okay. And did that incident involve Kaylee Juga and Martice Fuller?
Yes, it did.
And can you tell me and the jury what you remember first happening?
So initially, Kayla came in and she was upset. She was crying a little bit, and she sat down. Her desk is right in front of me, and before I could ask her what had happened, Martice came in, and they both sat at the same table at that time, and he sat down, and once he sat down, she had asked me if I could split them up. So I initially asked Martice to move, and at that time he didn't want to move. So then I asked Kaylee to move, and when she went to get up, Martice put his arm, around her shoulder and just kind of said, no, stay here, and wouldn't let her get up and move at that time. And then kind of went back and forth a little bit, and when we were going nowhere and that stuff, I said, I'm going to call security if one of you don't move, or if you don't let her get up and move, because she couldn't go out the other way because the desks were up against the wall in the side and that stuff. And he just kind of kept his arm on her shoulder and said, don't do me like this. And that's when I called security. And then,
Okay.
Go on.
You can take a breath.
All right.
When you say that it went back and forth like this a bit, what do you mean? What was going on?
After I tried to get Martice to move and he didn't want to move, and then Kayla wanted to move, but he wouldn't let her move, I tried to go back and forth in the sense of trying to find a way to get, for Martice to let her move. And
Was Martice blocking her way?
no, Martice was sitting down next to her at that time.
And so she could not get past him because he was seated through the path that she would need to walk past?
Correct, because their table's up against the wall. So she would be like sitting on the wall side of him, and she has to go behind him to get past.
And did you ask Martice to move more than once?
Yes,
And did he comply any of those times?
not at those times.
So, and then he was making comments, "You're gonna do me like this,"
Yeah, to Kayla.
to Kaylee?
Kayla, yeah.
Okay. So, was Martice doing anything else to Kaylee while you were in the classroom?
At that time, no. Once I called security and that stuff, then that's when he tried to get her phone from her.
And did he know you were calling security?
Yes,
And how did he know that?
the phone's right in the front of the room, and I told him I was going to.
Okay. Did you tell him you were going to call security if he did not comply? If he didn't do what you asked him to do?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't care?
At that time, no.
And so you called security. Did security arrive?
Yes.
Who arrived first?
Gaz would be the first one that arrived.
Okay.
Gaz, I don't know how to spell, or actually how is.
He's a school security officer
Yes.
that you know as Gaz?
Yes.
Okay. And did other security officers arrive?
Rocky came later, and Miss Swenson came later, and I believe one other person came later.
And so you said that at some point Martice tried to grab Kaylee's phone?
Yeah, and that stuff. Once I got off the phone call, Kaylee had the phone on the table, and she had her hand on it, and then Martice grabbed her hand and kind of twisted it sideways and tried to pull the phone out from her hand. And she wouldn't let it go, and he wouldn't let go of her hand either. So.
Did he have her hand, like her wrist bent back?
So with her hand flat, he grabbed it. I can't show you guys, but I'll describe it as best I can.
Thank you.
So when he lifted her hand up, he twisted it sideways and then kind of tilted it backwards to try to, pry it out of her hand. And
go ahead.
And then that's when, that's almost when the first security guard got there. But by then her wrist was already kind of white, where it was being twisted back. So.
And what was Kaylee doing? What was her emotional state at this time?
Now she was fully crying.
And did anyone tell Martice to let go of her wrist?
Yeah, I know I did. I know Mr. Friery, who is my co-teacher, he was in the room now by this time. And once the security guard got to the door, that's when he let go of the wrist.
So he didn't let go when the two of you asked him to. He waited until a security guard arrived.
Correct.
And what did he do when he let go of her wrist?
He actually had the phone then.
He had her phone in his hand?
Yes.
And what did he do with it?
He got up and started walking towards the door. And that's when Mr. Friery and I got between the two of them. So he and that stuff kind of just to keep him going. And that's when myself, Mr. Friery, the security guard, that's when we were telling him to give her back the phone.
And did he give her back the phone?
Yes, he did.
Did he do it the first time you asked, or did you have to ask a few times?
I would say between all of us, we asked him 5 to 7 times.
When he finally gave back her phone, did he hand it to her nicely?
He just slid it across the desk at her.
And was he saying anything else to Kaylee during this period of time?
He was saying that same statement, yeah, and that stuff, he was saying that multiple times, are you going to do me like this, even when he was walking towards the door.
And what was his tone of voice?
It wasn't yelling at her and that stuff. He was just more like, kind of like that whole, like, why thing, why are you doing this to me, blah, that style.
Did it seem obvious to you why she was doing this to him?
Then, yes.
Okay. And what was that reason?
Well, I don't think, I'm sorry, rephrase that question.
What was he doing? What was Kaylee doing that he was angry about, or saying, don't do me like this?
What was Kaylee doing?
What was Kaylee doing?
Well, she was crying at that time. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. And that stuff. I mean, I'm assuming she was talking about her wrist and that stuff and grabbing the phone.
So when he says, "Don't do me like this," she's not really doing anything other than crying.
No, she was doing nothing and that stuff. I had no idea what he meant by that statement at all.
And so when you're standing now between Martice and Kaylee, did Martice try to get at Kaylee again?
While he was walking towards the security guard and that stuff, who was standing by our door, Mr. Friery and I, we were between like the pathway, and then he did try to go back to Kaylee one more time, and he had kind of pushed past me, so he pushed me, and then he tried to push past Mr. Friery, but his hand got stuck in his lanyard around his neck, and that's when Gaz helped, I believe, grab his arms, and then we helped get him out the door.
Whose lanyard?
Mr. Friery's.
So Martice's hand or arm got caught in Mr. Friery's lanyard, and so then the school security officer, Gons, was able to intervene.
Correct.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then, by then Rocky was also there, another security person, and I believe there was one more security person, I'm not exactly sure, and then they took Martice off to the right, out from the door.
Okay. And do you know what happened outside the door?
With Martice?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
Okay, so what was happening in the classroom with Kaylee at this point?
At that time then, I was over by Kaylee, and I believe Ms. Swenson, I just showed up then. It was the assistant principal, and we were just kind of trying to console her and talk to her, but she was continuing to cry. She didn't talk to us yet.
Okay. So did you stay in the classroom with Kaylee, or did you take her somewhere?
I went with Ms. Schutzen, and we took her downstairs a different path.
Okay. A different path from who?
From the way Martice and the security guards left.
So you were aware that the security guards were escorting Martice somewhere else in the school?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know where they were taking him?
No.
Okay. But you knew what direction they went, so you and Ms. Swenson chose to take Kaylee a different direction?
Correct.
And where were you taking her?
We were taking her down to her office, I believe.
Ms. Swenson's office?
Ms. Swenson's office, yeah.
Okay. And on the way, did you encounter Martice again?
We both went, so they went to the right, we went to the left, and when we got downstairs, because I'm on the second floor, we actually came around a corner and we literally ran right into each other again.
And what happened when you ran into each, you didn't literally run into each other?
Not literally run into each other, we both came around the corner at the same time.
Okay. And what happened when you came around the corner at the same time and Martice saw Kaylee?
Martice said the same thing about, are you going to do me like this? And then he grabbed her backpack and her shoulder kind of in the same area.
And had he been warned not to touch her or speak to her?
Our liaison officer and that stuff, he said that, yes.
So the school liaison officer, who's with the police department, correct?
Correct.
He warned Martice not to touch Kaylee and not to speak to her, and Martice did anyway.
He did for a little bit longer, and then the liaison officer kind of said, if you keep it up, there might lead to consequences, and that's when he stopped.
And during this walk from the classroom down to the office, to Ms. Swenson's office, was Kaylee talking to you, or was she still crying?
She was mostly crying.
And was she holding her wrist because it was hurting her?
Yes.
And then, did you have any further contact with Kaylee that day?
No.
Okay. So what happened when you got to Ms. Swenson's office?
I just told her, I didn't know what happened. I just told her when she walked in, I said, hey, just do do what you need to do. And I just told her that you just always tell the truth and that stuff. And that's what I told her.
You
'Cause
said
I didn't know what led up to the situation, because something happened prior to them actually coming into the classroom. So I just told her that, just, hey, tell the truth on what happened.
And you said this to Kaylee?
Yes.
And did Kaylee say anything in return?
No, she did not.
Was she still
She
crying?
was still crying, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Englund, you indicated that when Kaylee came into the room, to your classroom, she was already crying.
Yes.
You don't know why she was crying.
No.
Shortly after she entered the room, Martice entered the room,
Yes. I'd say 2 seconds right behind her.
and Kaylee sat down.
Yes.
Martice sat down next to her at the same
Yes.
table. And then not long after they sat down, Kaylee asked you to split them up.
Correct.
She didn't tell you why she wanted to be split up.
No.
During this time, were Martice and Kaylee talking?
No. Other than one saying, I want to move, and one saying no. Or not no, but saying, don't do me like this. So I don't know what happened prior.
And then as everyone left the classroom, no one told you anything else about the situation between Martice and Kaylee?
What happened prior? No. No one said anything to me.
Okay, I'm going to ask that you talk about when everyone left the classroom. You mean everyone or the people that we've just previously talked about?
Sure, I'll clarify.
Okay.
So when Martice and Kaylee ultimately were escorted from the classroom, there was no further conversation about what led up to Kaylee crying?
Why she came in crying?
Correct.
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Englund.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I have a question. Are you okay on those stairs?
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Yep, I got it. Okay, Miss Gabrielle or Mr. Gravely, another witness, please?
Your Honor, that's all the witnesses that are scheduled for today.
Okay.
As we previously spoke to the court about.
Practically a half a day's work, right? So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is important to all parties involved. Do not discuss this case with anyone, not even among yourselves. Don't observe any media, such as the television news or the newspapers. Keep your mind open until all of the evidence has been presented and you are instructed on the law that you're to apply. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a very nice evening. Thank you. Objection? Received. We also discussed the parties' agreement to, at the conclusion of the trial, to allow the bicycle to be withdrawn and we have in evidence a photo of it. But to allow the physical bike itself to be withdrawn so that the owner can reclaim it. Am I right stating that correctly?
The state is supportive of that if the defense is, but I want the defense to make a record that that's permissible.
That's fine.
Okay. They won't take it until, you know, after we're
At the end of the
after we're
trial.
completely completed, okay? Okay. So with that, okay, everybody, we'll start again tomorrow. See you then. Thank you.